first time only here, the Grad Marathon. This place is taking place at your university. It's fantastic, huge, with a huge amount of individuals that are joining us, participants. The 5K, which is a fun run, family and friends, is 20,000 participants.
صراحة لا أستطيع أن أتخيل حجم
سي
الخشوع
تو بون بور
الكبير
راديو.
التي تمر عدد الجمهور.
طيب الجمهور والناس بيجوا من وين؟
صراحة الناس وقفوا على هذا السباق لا
A very warm welcome to the 5th edition of the Riyadh Marathon. But it's not just the classic distance celebrated today, but it's going to also feature the ever-popular half marathon that will see thousands on the street of the capital, the largest city of Saudi Arabia, and then to add even further to the enjoyment, there is also the 10-kilometer and 5-kilometer distances for the masses, making this a celebration, an event for all ages, all abilities. So sit back, enjoy the action. This is an elite label World Athletics event, and it's brought to you by the Saudi Sport for All Federation, the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation. So much planning and preparation goes into this almost from the moment the race finishes per year, and it's really grown in stature in just a short space of time. My name's James Thee. I'm absolutely delighted to see our elite marathon runners on the start line. So local time, they will go off at 6:20. So we are 3 hours ahead of Greenwich Mean Time. So the elites will go off at 6:20, the masses behind them at 6:25. The half marathon distance going over just 1 lap. The marathon goes over 2 full laps. They go off at local time 7:40, and then the 10-kilometer run at 9 AM, and the 5K eagerly anticipated by so many members of different families that will be towing the line, completes the action at 11:30. As you can see, the sun hasn't come up yet, but there's lots of people around. The infrastructure that it takes to put on any city marathon is phenomenal, especially in such a busy, a vibrant financial and cultural city as Riyadh is, and it just continues to grow year on year. And you can see the elites just getting themselves ready. They'll be going through last-minute preparations. Some of them have been here before. These are experienced athletes, and when we look down at the likes of Gautam Gabalaise, who's a world champion previously from Eugene. I'm excited to see her back on the streets, having not finished in New York before Christmas. And we've got some elite pacemakers to set the paces as they chase those marathon course records. Gastru's men's record of 2:06.27 from the first edition of the race in 2022.
We've got amazing people joining us. 5Ks, 10Ks, 21
Abu's record from 2024 in the women's race, 2:24.30. So we're going to keep updated on those because the race directors would love to see course records shattered each year. So for the men, that's operating around about 3 minutes per kilometre. It's going to be about putting it back to back for 42 of those. For the women, they're looking at around about 17:07 per 5K split. For those that know their 5Ks and get out themselves, if you're delaying your training or your training is later today, then use this as huge inspiration. The elites are just such great role models that they've come through the junior system. Many of them have had seasoned international careers that don't always go to plan. I'm going to take you through some of those athletes where the marathon is such an unforgiving event at times, where you only get a certain amount of races per year. Some of these athletes haven't raced for a couple of years, so it's coming back to the unknown as well. But the course itself is potentially a super fast course if they do decide to go with the pacemakers, with an elevation of just 142 meters over the 2 laps. And the fact that it is 2 laps, that does suit some athletes where they can find a rhythm. They know exactly what's coming on the latter stages of the race. Makes drink stations that are very frequent on this course. Every 2.5 kilometers, there's an opportunity. And I'm sure they will be taking the opportunity for those drink stations very early on. That is one thing with the marathon, it's hydration throughout, it's fueling without. Shoe technology has changed significantly in the last 10 years. But it's also the ability to refuel and rehydrate that the technology has evolved so well as well. So this is the lineup that they're going to take us through. Some of the athletes wearing bib number 52, Gulamain Charlotte. She's got a 2:23.06 lifetime best, winning in Hong Kong in 2018. As I said, interestingly, no races in 2025. She raced in Zemun in 2024, 2:34 for 6th place there. And there's just confirmation of the weather. The winter weather here in Riyadh, almost ideal for marathon running. You can see that 6:15, 12 degrees, minimal wind. That can be a factor here, but it won't be as they set off on their journey. And there is Gulamain Charlotte wearing number 52, introduced to the crowd. Anyone that's won city marathon, and she's got a personal best inside the course record. But no form over the last year or so. But that does not mean that she's not coming in here ready to roll, in good shape. Going over to bib number 51 here, the former world champion. What a run in Oregon in 2022. Backed it up with silver at Budapest the next year. 2:18 lifetime best. Gapselays is a seasoned pro. And anyone that's been on the top spot of the World Championships should, well, be looked at today. She's also been on the podium at New York, and last good performance, 2:20 from Tokyo last year. Alaiki Alou, the Bahrainian, great range. 13:05 for 5,000 meters back in 2013. 60:10, half marathon best. 11th at the World Half Marathon Championships in 2018. 2:07 marathon man. So he'll be getting some good support. Preparations as they look down the line at each other, and it's last minute routines, rituals. Jojo Odonga is the other athlete who's going to be announced, wearing number 8. His hometown, Lululemon in Ethiopia, 2:08.54. 5th place last year at the Cologne Marathon in Germany. Love this fact about him, but he's in his spare time licensing traditional Ethiopian music. And so nice to know that they've got hobbies, interests outside of running extremely fast and competitive marathons. The lead car is set. The preparations for the bikers out on the course as well. There's always a check by the organisers. The infrastructure is in place. Just over 1 minute away from the start. And there's the full lineup of the elite men. Asmasali is a impressive Moroccan going down their list as well. The paces at the bottom as well. Bernard Nyango's going to be one of those that is entrusted. He's run for Ethiopia, sorry, Kenya, I should say, in the World Half Marathon Championships, as the women field is strong with Ethiopian content. And you can just see as we go down, over 50% of the women's field who are going to be chasing that course record. I think with the quality that we've got in the elite women's race, that 2:24 from 2 years ago. Abigabu's time is seriously under threat today. I heard them talking about the introduction to the race today. The commentator said this is a race where everyone has their own goals. The elites, their goal is, well, it's about getting on the podium. It's about being a super competitive athlete in this field. It can be the difference between paying the mortgage for the next few months, or having to race in the next few months as well. The damage and the hard work that goes into putting a marathon block together. You won't see many marathon runners running too many than, well, maybe 2 or 3 effectively per year. And that also impacts their ability post-race to run over shorter distances. As the masses will know, the marathon is still one of those distances that will test the body, even with shoe technology, even with the hydration and fueling developments. There's still a slight kick in the tail when you run and complete the marathon distance. Just a little look at these super shoes of some of our runners out there as they settle their nerves and they wait for the official confirmation that they are on their way. So those 3 pacers, Agray, Kiprotich, Yusuf Ben Hadi and Bernardigo are the 3 pacers that we will look out for going to the front. And here is the countdown. And the gun that fires here at the 2026 Riyadh Marathon. Welcome wherever you're joining us from around the world. This is the start of the elite men and elite women's race. In just the 5th edition of this event, it's growing in stature, it's growing in strength, it's growing in numbers. And the quality of this elite labeled World Athletics event, which has to have the quality of runners to warrant that elite status. That also means they're chasing some very healthy prize money. And that will be on position and also time-based as well. And I said the pacers will be to the 4 straight away. That's Agray, Kiprotich and Bernardigo are the 2 that are trusted. They have a job to do. It's a professional job, and it's one that, well, you need to be a quality runner of your individual ability to be the pacer. And the women's pacers, Michael Galen and Alessio Kirer. That is the luxury of the elite women, that they can have men pacers for, looking at the sheet here, 30 to 40 kilometers. Whereas the elite men won't have the luxury of these 2 on the screen, maybe for 30 kilometers. The Engo's job is up to 25 kilometers. That's often the distance that pacemakers will be set to over the halfway distance. And then being that they make the pace from the front, it is a tough ask to get from 25 to 30 kilometers. So we can see around about 11, 12 to 13 athletes in this elite women's group. You can see the gold top, and I do like seeing world champions wearing that. It does set them apart. Gabriel's is someone that should be wearing that with pride. She almost came back, double back, to have won 2 world titles back to back. That's 2nd place in Budapest. And there's our 2 pacers, making it look very easy in the early stages. So we're looking for around about 3 minutes per kilometer. So that, if you are a 5K runner, is operating at 15 minutes exactly. So on an athletics track, that's 72 seconds per lap. Over 100 times. That's the impressive nature of the elite men chasing that course record. And there's the masses, many of them running the marathon for the first time, many of them back to Riyadh. I was reading that many of them have done each of the 4 editions prior to this, and that will be something like the likes of the New York City Marathon and the London Marathon, where there's a tradition And people look to do every edition, and they add their medals and their experiences together. You can see the balloons of the pacers. So our elite athletes on the left-hand side, the pacers wearing those luminous green vests, and they will be known by the athletes, the agents, the coaches, that they're the pacers from the technical meeting. But for our masses, I love it. You can see the balloons in the sky that will be the pacing balloon that the athletes will try and follow, try and stay in contact, in touch with. You can see them. Wonder whether they get under this start gantry. That could be the first technicality of the day, and they are safely underneath there. And those pacers, they are selfless as well. On the left is the helping the elites, they get paid handsomely, but on the right, many of them local club runners, many of them local coaches, they will set a pace that really brings the communities together. Many of these runners will be starting on their own journey over the 42.2 kilometers, 26 miles, but they will form friendships, given that they're trying to run at a very similar time to some of their other runners. It's a thumbs up to the crowd and a check of those playlists, I'm sure. A little bit more fun on the right and much more serious on the left as our elite women. She's Charlotte there, one of the athletes that we spoke about and was introduced at the start line. As the sun has come rapidly up now, so we're in daylight. So local time, it is 6:27. The elite marathon runners are on their way. The masses on their same journey over the 2-lap course. Charlotte Sang is the Kenyan athlete with the arm warmers. And the elite men, this is great to see. This is what you want as an elite marathon organizer. You want the field to go right with the paces, and you also want a healthy number, because they're not all going to be there at the halfway mark, and they're definitely not going to all be there at 25:30 and beyond. You can see the road surface, ideal for running. A little bit of undulation on the course, but very little. 12 degrees was the temperature. 6:15, very minimal wind as well. So it's back to the elite women. Mesfin, you can see in the blue singlet, blue and white singlet just to the right of the screen. Deborah Sang, 2:26.51 lifetime best, winning in Belgrade. Very economical runner in the red. Charlotte there on the left in the green singlet. Malhani, 2:27, another one of the Ethiopian athletes, second in the Cali Marathon. You can just hear the rhythmical striking of the road surface with the super shoes. The reason they become super shoes, it's the magic in the foam, the carbon plates, and that's often what you can hear. That energy return that runners get. It's so fascinating to watch the shoe wars, the shoe technology over the last 10 years, because there was a big part in the early 2000s of shoes going lighter, thinner towards the ground. And any marathon runners or half marathon runners will tell you that it's almost as if you were running in bare feet. So it did make recovery in training, it made recovery from races so tough. But now the stack height of the shoes, and certain brands led the way. Now almost every brand has their own version. They have training versions that don't always have carbon plates. And then there's training versions that sometimes aren't even eligible for racing. The certain stack height, the height of the cushioning is over the legal amount. But all these athletes will be in legal shoes. They're checked by the organisers. winners, podium athletes will even have to hand their shoes in for checking, almost like a VAR after, to make sure their shoes comply with the World Athletics shoes, and there's certain criteria that they must be obviously within the stack height. They must be readily available at a certain period of time. They must be signed off as well. But it's definitely changed the marathon game in relation to the volume people can do in training. These athletes will be running over 100 miles, sometimes up to 150 miles per week. So you can imagine if you're able to do more of that with less impact on the body. But also the original shoes were called 4%, reason being they made you 4% faster, more economical. So again, that over a marathon is just so significant. We're talking minutes slashed from times, and obviously all towards that original end goal of trying to get Eliud Kipchoge sub 2 hours, which he did in Vienna. That seems not that long ago, but it was over 6-7 years ago now, so phenomenal to think how time flies. And there's our two pacemakers at the front of this elite women's field. They're just finding their rhythm. That's Demese, just at the front of that group in the purple, slight lean forward. 2:25.43, champion from Lima. Happy to get onto the paces. Shala behind her, Sang in that group. And they're just in this one big line as the men have their three pacers sat very controlled in the early stages, and marathon running is about being patient. It's about being unemotional in the early stages. They will, as I said, cover so many miles in training, and many of those will be the long run, where they practice drinks, they practice the pace, practice running in a group, as Youssef Ben Hadi with the nose strip just behind the two pacers. The Moroccan, he's got a 61.24 lifetime best. He's looking to pacemake up to 30 kilometers. Ran 28.10 in Valencia last year over the 10K distance, and that race this year, wow, the times that came through. We had a whole load of British runners run some very impressive times. Valencia is one of those destinations that a lot of our athletes head to. Bernard Nengango has headed himself to Valencia, second place there in the half marathon in 2019. Such an impressive 2019 year he had. So winning in Istanbul, he won in San Diego. Maybe just looking at that race calendar, did a lot of races, maybe just slightly over-raced. Next year probably didn't quite have the run at the World Half Marathon Championships that he would have wanted. 42nd, but for some athletes, that 2019 and that next window was obviously hampered by COVID, where training camps were shut down, races did not happen. And for some runners, they found that period very challenging, especially if the elite marathon runners or elite runners, that their livelihood was from races. So when they were cancelled, not taking part, then athletes found it very difficult to find the motivation, to find the funds to keep their running dreams alive. But then we've had an explosion. It's a running boomerang right now, and that's exactly what we're seeing on the streets of Riyadh. So welcome if you're joining us to the 2026 Riyadh Marathon. This is an event that has 4 races today. The half marathon local time will go off at 7:40. The masses just behind at 7:45. The super popular 10-kilometer distance at 9 AM. And then the 5K 11:30. That, well, the numbers are just phenomenal. And we're talking around about 60,000 across the 4 races. And that is the running boom that is sweeping the whole of the world right now. We might have expected it to have happened post-COVID, but it didn't really happen in maybe 2021, 2022, as maybe people anticipated, as there was a little bit of apprehension about getting back into mass participation races, and some races that were hit with cancellations, maybe a little bit wary. But across Europe, across the world, there has been a phenomenal increase in the numbers that are going over all distances, as well, probably one of the more interesting things that will happen in the early stages, and that's the drink stations. They're always a little bit of a battle, always a concentration. Runners seem surprised when they come along, but they're just before 5 kilometers for their own drinks, and they'll be marked on the tables. You can see the numbers of the tables that they just ran past, but it is a real skill picking up your number, picking up your drink that correlates to your number, especially when everyone has a similar looking bottle, and also when you're in a pack like we had. And I'm looking out for the gold top of Gostam Gabalaise, and I can't see her, so I wonder whether she's already dropped off this lead group potentially. And that'd be a real surprise. She didn't finish New York City Marathon before Christmas. Maybe coming in here with an issue. And she's just to the left-hand side of the screen. Charlotte there in shot. Mesven just behind her. Germa. And if we have lost the former world champion, it's very, very early. So there's still very healthy numbers in this group. Arash Damase is the leader there, or just the athlete sat on the back of the pacers. But still very early stages. They come to 16 minutes of running. So they'll be looking for the first of their drink stations. You can just see a slight acceleration, and that's to get clear sight of the drinks. And that can be beneficial for obviously making sure you make your drink pickup, but then also you don't want to be putting any additional stress on the body. Gabalaise, I don't see in that group. Talking of drink stations, I was on the drink station in Oregon for the British team, and the large pack when it came through. The athletes, their heart rate will be controlled, but as a member of staff trying to hand the drinks bottle, because today the athletes, they won't be handing them, they'll be on tables. And in World Championship events, it will be team staff that try and pick out their own athletes, and often it can be in a group of 30 to 40 runners, and your job is to get that drinks bottle handed over to the athlete successfully. I can tell you the pressure, the stress, it's a high five moment when that drink is transferred to the athlete, because it's so important. You just know that if it was a missed drink, that could be the difference between them running to the best of their own ability or running out of fuel later on. And that's why these athletes will take such care and such focus on making sure that they do get the drinks at each table. There'll be a different solution in relation to the amount of carbohydrates. Sometimes they have caffeine in there, electrolytes. Sometimes there's even a gel attached to them as well. I think you can just see that in the center. The athlete will take on board as much as they can in the early stages, even if they're not really feeling it. Those marathon runners out there will know that that's a really important part of the marathon is staying hydrated, staying fueled, even when the body's not necessarily feeling it. Because the moment you feel dehydrated, the moment you feel like your energy levels have dipped, it can often be too late. Anyone that's hit the marathon wall can tell you that it's not a nice feeling, or if you get dehydrated, then cramp, and the calves, the hamstrings, the quads, any type of cramp can derail your club runners marathon, and it will absolutely derail our elites. As our 3 elite pacemakers on the front. These are quality pacemakers in Agrey Kibrotic, Yusuf Ben Hadi, and Manad Negro. They've gone through 19 minutes of running, so way over the first 5K split. These runners are running around about 3 minutes per kilometre. Tesferi in that group, I can see, I think, Raphael Colin, Abrali Munier, who was second last year, 2:08:32. I always think a runner returning, having been on the podium, is always a dangerous runner. He's wearing 7. AJ Ranga was one of the athletes that was introduced at the start, 5th in Cologne last year. So some of these runners looking for a breakout. The landscape, the competitive nature of marathon running means that they're fighting for their next start line. And, previously fighting for positions on World Half Marathon, World Championship marathon teams, and World Road Running teams this year. It will take place, the Road Running Championships, in Copenhagen in September. Different distances. Copenhagen, a wonderful city for running. And that will be a real celebration of the different distances. The World Athletics Road Running Championships, a new event to the calendar. And there's the race village, the start and finish area by the Princess Noor bint Abdulrahman University. The Marathon Village Festival located here, accessible via the Riyadh Marathon Station, and it's just been a festival. As we look down, and you can see the different tents, the different vendors, the atmosphere over the last few days. It's a real celebration of fitness, wellness, the joys of sport for all ages. The event brought to you by the Saudi Sport for All Federation, the Ministry of Sport, and the Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation. So many people play their part, all the different sponsors and those that support the different initiatives throughout the 12 months. And you can just see, like the lit up versions of the courses there. You can get a feel for the half marathon distance there, the 10K, and that's the 5 kilometre short loop. So all different variations of the same course, and that's what makes it special, that the 5K runners will go over similar parts of the course to our marathon runners. Marathon runners enjoy it so much they get to do the loop twice. As I said, that will be, for many of these track runners that have progressed from multiple laps on the track, they won't mind a couple of laps. Maybe the more traditional marathon runners won't necessarily want to come back round and see the start-finish area, but means they know where they need to be, they know what they need to do. And that's Dibra Tola on the screen, 2:12 lifetime best, second in Munich in 2024 with the arm sleeves, the green singlet. They are almost just in single file, following each other. There'll be, there's Munai on the left-hand side in the blue, second last year. Just staying concentrated. Svefa Tafifa is the Ethiopian just behind Tola. His eyes locked on Tola. The ferry, 2:07.47. The Osaka Marathon champion, as the masses on the right-hand side of the screen. They're in their own concentration battle with how many selfies and photos and playlists they can churn their way through. As the double-back nature of the course really does mean that there's a great amount of support from different runners. They'll be cheering each other on their own journey. The training that these masses on the right will have put in might have been sporadic over the festive period. Pretty sure those long runs don't wait for anyone, and I love that on the left-hand side of the screen. The colours, the sounds, the sights, and there are bands out on the course, there's music stops, there's DJs. The 7.8 million people that live here in the capital, many of them be up and out and making sure that they cheer on these runners. Many of them will be getting up ready for their own 10K or 5K distance, also the ever popular half marathon. As the loop again takes us underneath that archway with the university banner above. So some of these highways wonderfully paved, very straight running. So we've seen there are some turns on the course, but after that they can settle back into the pace, and the pacemaker's there. Pacer 1, Kirotic, Bernard Marengo is the other, and there's another of those music stations. The elite athletes won't even hear that. That'll be noise that is like white noise to the masses. On the other hand, will stop, dance, celebrate, and really take it on board. So 25 minutes of running. So around about the 8 kilometers of road that's been covered by our elite men on the left-hand side. That's a wonderful drone shot that we've had so many so far this morning. Great job by the team here in the Riyadh Marathon 2026, showcasing this city that is got such heritage but also modernisation. They've got a 2030 vision, and there's so many different projects. The building that happens around is just so organised, so systematic. Those number of people that live in this busy cultural and financial district just continues to grow. And that's why it's so important. Sport is such a main driver of bringing people together, giving people a sense of purpose and balance and well-being. And that's why the likes of the Saudi Sports for All Federation, the Ministry of Sport, and the Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation, that's why mass participation events and bringing people together. And that's why this event in its 5th year just continues to grow. 5th year, 4 races this calendar year. Different challenges. Those hangs, they're tough, they are. If you haven't done one of those. And 15 seconds, that's impressive. Sometimes they have those on the street. The street vendors will have one, and if you hold on for a certain X amount of time, you win money. Like a Red Bull in the race village with their simulators. There's a good drive in there. Maybe you should be signed up. Maybe they're scouting for the next Red Bull driver. But driving the front of the Riyadh Marathon 2026 are our 3 pacemakers. And again, they're just trying to get through the early stages. Looking out for Lechiel Kabede, making his debut. 63 half marathon runner, wearing 14. There he is, just on the shoulder of his compatriot. rhythmical sound of the tapping of the ground. His teammate Tamuri is the athlete in the same singlet. It's going to make it sometimes a little bit tough to pick them out. Merlu Nagesh is wearing 21. The Norwegian athlete, 209.14, 7th at Hanover last year. Wearing 23, sorry, that's the Abjaji just signalling just in front of him. Just finding their running line, biding their time. Wearing 3 is Hazmat Siali, himself decorated career. You can see him in that black singlet. The Moroccan 207.15 lifetime best. He's finished top 8 in the World Marathon Championships as well. That was in Doha in 2019. Warm conditions that day. He's also been 12th in the World Half Marathon Championships. That was in Poland in 2020. Just a few seconds back was certain Jake Smith, who was coaching at the time, the British athlete. And that was one where many athletes, off the back of lockdown, ran some very quick times. As the left-hand side, the elite men trying to negotiate, navigate that drink station. And if they miss their drink, there will be a chat. Lots of these train together. There'll be similar drinks that they take on board, so they might share their drinks. Sahali, the Moroccan, was 14th in those World Championships, also in Oregon. He's also been top 10 in Chicago. Back to the elite women's race. Charlotte on the left-hand side of the screen in the green. Mesfin behind her. Germa in the center of the screen. Nothing is changing too much, but we have lost, I think, the world champion. Caballés was wearing the gold singlet. But I don't see her right now on the screen in front of us. That was very early on. There's our 2 pacemakers, the 2 male pacemakers. Running smoothly at the front. Debede is 225.59, champion from Rio last year in that center, wearing 57. Germa, 226 lifetime best, champion from Muscat. So a lot of these athletes know how to win. There can only be one champion. There can be one Riyadh Marathon champion 2026. So we've got some winners in this field. Demese, as I said, won in Lima as well. So Galassa is another decorated Ethiopian, 225.54, former champion of Rome and in Istanbul, but interesting to see what her form is like as they come towards the 32-minute mark. So we'll be looking out for that 10-kilometer split. Remember, if we're looking at 224 pace, we're looking at just over 17 minutes per 5K split. Sang at the back of that group. She's featured or been happy to be towards the front. As in our 2 pacemakers will just get the job done. Try and be economical with the paces. Looking around about 3:25 per kilometre, or maybe just slightly slower than that. We'll look to the left, look to the right, just making sure that they're where they should be. They have to stay concentrated, lapsing concentration, and you're clipping the runner in front. You just see that navigation, the conversation, the subtlety of the arm movement, just to let them go into the slipstream of the runner in front. Less slipstream, more thumbs up on the right-hand side of the screen. These runners on their own marathon journey, many of them are going to be out 4 or 5 hours of running. They will have got out and got the long distance runs completed. Marathon training is tough. Marathon training is, well, it's unforgiving. Early mornings, and many of these are working professionals, so trying to navigate a marathon training block around life, family, and often the aging process as well is always a fun game. I know that myself, having run my 5th marathon in October, the Snowdonia Marathon Eri. Wonderful marathon in North Wales, but it will test you. But I tell you what, I did have super fun last year. I did the New York City Marathon, first of the marathon majors. So I've been very fortunate enough to commentate on many, and with the London Marathon, I host the elite press conferences. So I had the chance to go and do New York and absolutely loved it. The noise, the atmosphere, and running on a major city marathon course. I absolutely thrived on it. Oh, and you could just see there all the elite women. I think they were following the lead bike, and they were over to the left-hand side of the screen. And I think the elite women there just weren't quite concentrated on the fact that the drink stations, they're always on the right-hand side. But then they had to navigate. They had to almost make a bit of a U-turn. But you could see the importance of the drink stations, that they had to and wanted to go back for them. It was a non-negotiable for some of them. And those that did miss their drink, they'll be looking for a teammate, kind soul out there to pass over the drink if they're not going to complete the whole of it. Went 22. Mr. Deleli, Guzman, Chieki Deleli. Drink station navigated for some. Others, I didn't think they missed their drink. It's probably then about not panicking, about taking on some of the hydration that is on offer. So that'll be the water, taking that on board, and that is a skill that everyone finds tough. Taking hydration on. I had the motto of little and often at New York, and that was with paper cups or plastic cups, and trying to drink that as you go through your marathon pace. I think more of it ends up over your face and over your racing singlet than it does. It's just about taking little on and often. And it does break down the marathon distance. As Germa, center of the screen. In that white and blue singlet. Kebede just in front of her. Kebede in the purple kit on the left-hand side of the screen. And then the athletes follow behind. A little check of the watch. They'll be looking for their own kilometre splits, 5K splits, and some of them, believe it or not, will also be working in miles as well. There's always that conversation amongst runners, especially in the UK. Maybe you are someone that runs with miles or kilometres. Once upon a time, in my heyday, it was always miles, but as I've got a little bit older, I quite like kilometres. They seem to come along a little bit sooner and easier to pace. But for the marathon, miles can sometimes be beneficial. You've only got 26 of them, whereas you've got 42 for the marathon. But look at this, such a big elite men's league group. I said earlier that this will be a joyful sight for the race directors, because it means that we've got a very healthy field, very healthy race. Because it is safety in numbers in these early stages. 38 minutes on the race clock. A brilliant split screen here. I love it when races do that. We seem to have lost someone. So So one of the pacemakers, I think, that could be Youssef Ben Hadi. I think he was meant to go to 30 kilometers, and he was sat back behind the two pacers, Kiprotich and Narengo. And I wondered whether he looked uber comfortable. And if it is, we've lost one of the paces, and maybe a little look of concern there, Kiprotich. To almost say to the other pacer that we might need to, well, you might need to go a little bit further than your assigned 25 kilometers. And that is the nature of elite pacemaking and marathon running. It's hard to find pacers that are in shape, because if you're in shape, then often the temptation is to go and race yourself. But B, obviously, to then perform on the day, you need to be absolutely on the ball, on the money. Concentration, split-wise pacing. You can't have a bad 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Otherwise, you're dropping back the pace, you're impacting the pace. And these runners are very conscious of that. And the likes of Kiprotich and Nyong'o are very experienced pacers. That's what you do have out on the world marathon scene, are runners that, well, that is their job. That's their skill set, is pacing. Tola on the front of the elite men's race, almost ambling along with those arm warmers, making sure he gets as much of that drink on board. And they'll be running with it for the first part of 400, 800 meters, just making sure that they absorb as much of it as they can, because again, they just know it will play such dividends in the latter stages of the race, even if they're not feeling it now. Left-hand side of the screen, Demese looking down at the concrete, just rhythmically running past the 40-minute mark. So remember, these elite women, it's Kebede actually, sorry, same singlet, Kebede there, who's on the back of the paces. And I think Sang has maybe dropped off that group. So just a look back to the elite men. No one in the background, so this group is staying together. Sarway sat in that group as well. So his namesake, Sebastian Sarway, has been absolutely smashing it. So good name to come into the marathon with. And again, these runners will be looking to make their own names famous here on the streets of Riyadh. And there's Tola on the center of the screen there. Dabira Tola, he's said 2:12 lifetime best, but that is due some serious alteration. 24-year-old is looking pretty comfortable in the early stages. If training has gone to plan, then it definitely should have. He's on the back of that group as well. Here's the athlete I mentioned, Hamza Sali, the Moroccan athlete. Didn't finish last year in Daegu. So it's going to be interesting to see how well he goes today. He's been so good at major championships, and he's had a pretty good long career. Coming up towards the age of 33. You can just see him maybe on the back. Looks like he maybe just working a little bit harder than those around him. Just trying to judge that effort. As there's a great shot. You can just see the different running styles. Wearing two, Alawe, he was introduced to the crowd, the Bahrainian 207 lifetime best, third in Frankfurt. He's been top 8 in the World Half Marathon Championships, 8th in Dublin last year. Former 10th place in the World Cross Country Championships in 2015, so he's had a good, long, successful career. Low and wearing 2, looks pretty relaxed at the moment, so experienced. And he's got lots of quality runners around him. Wearing 5, Asefa Tefera, the Osaka marathon champion, said 207 lifetime best as well. So they're just sat there, as you can see. More of the games and enjoyment from the running, the festival. So I hope his running skills are better than his basketball skills. And the different brands that are here. ASICS will be getting some good coverage of their shoes, and there's one of those wearing them. Salo at the back of that group in the ASICS singlet. That rhythmical running style that a marathon runner must have, needs. You can just see, but there's always a slight difference in the style, the arm carriage, the lean, and often that's down to the athlete's height, their foot strike. You're looking for that heel recovery. That's the relaxation as well, as they almost fall into the next foot strike. Runners are often measured on a treadmill with their oxygen uptake, and it's about how economical they are. They do lots of testing at their marathon distance to work out their best fueling, sometimes their best shoes. A friend of mine, Dan Nash, does a lot of work on that in his own marathon preparation, a physiologist that gets it on the treadmill, test the shoes over and over again. As testing the runners' concentration. And again, they seem surprised to see another drink station. As the elite women know that their next drink station will be coming along almost every 5 kilometers. So we'll try and get an update of those splits. With the elite men, we think, are covering around about that 3 minutes per kilometer. The elite women around about that 3:25. So, I think that was that a lost gel. I hope that gel was taken on board. Again, that's a skill. There's lots of skills involved here, aren't there? There's a skill of opening a gel and ingesting it and taking it on board. And again, it's not super easy. That's 66 there. Tigist Meganestu just on the center of the screen in the green. Again, no bead of sweat on her face, looking very relaxed, very controlled. Germa behind her. So I think Sang was the last athlete we saw drop off the back of this group. So very Ethiopian strong, this lead group, and many of them will train together in the forest trails, and you might have seen it online, the superb warm-up and rhythmical drills, because they will work together, train together, eat together. It's very much a family and a team-orientated sport in Ethiopia. The conveyor belt is just so strong. 56 there. Dasala is in the green with the t-shirt underneath, wearing number 56. So good pedigree, having won in Istanbul and Rome. Right on the center of the screen there. It's always a case, myself as a coach, looking at the facial expressions, And some runners are very good poker players. They show very little emotions. Others show some emotions or some stress. But it's not really what the body's feeling either. But you can often tell whether runners are starting to struggle. And hope our pacemaker's okay there. A little bit of digestion from their own, maybe drinks bottle or energy gel. A little check of the watch. And normal service resumes. So 53, the Messi there on the right-hand side of the screen. Kabede at the front of that group. Kabede there wearing 57. Looking down at the ground. 22, that's Delali. Slight incline. There's a little bit of incline on the course, but nothing too much. The organisers each year have tried to make the course slightly faster, slightly more accessible to quick times, but obviously it's all within the ability to close off courses. There you go, 10.2 kilometres, 35 minutes and 34 seconds. So 200 metres over the 10K, so probably looking at around about sub 35 minutes for that 10K split. So that means we're probably slightly outside course record pace. We're operating around about the 2:26 mark, which is a time that many of these women have run previously. Milana, they're wearing 63, also in that group. 66, Măgănescu. 57, Kabede. But the story so far, Gotthard Gabalaise, the former world champion and world silver medalist, has dropped off this lead group very early on. So the 218 athlete, we expected to feature, but won't feature today in the battle, in the podium. Siam wearing 59 on the back of that group, 2:26 lifetime best. Third in Shanghai in 2024, trying to stay in close contention as we have our split screen again. The elite men on the left-hand side, the elite women on the right-hand side of the screen. The potential story thus far in the men's is we've lost one of the pacemakers. We expected to go fairly far into the race. Youssef Ben Hadi, the Moroccan athlete. So it is the two Kenyan pacemakers. Agre Kiprotich, Bernard Nengo are the two pacers, but they are two quality pacers. Kiprotich himself, 61 lifetime best, and he'll be cruising along this pace. But he was due for 30 kilometres and Nengo 25 kilometres, so be interesting to see what happens now if those dynamics change. Wearing 3 on the centre, Hamza Sali, the Moroccan that I've mentioned, decorated career. Wearing 10, Negesse, 2:10 lifetime best, 4th in Madrid in 2025. He's lucky enough to Madrid commentary in 2024. It clashed with London Marathon last year, and that marathon is at slight altitude. It's a tough old course, wonderful city, wonderful event. So Negesse wearing 10, he could be someone to look out for. And he looks very economical at the moment, very relaxed. You can see that gold chain bouncing up and down. Wearing 6 next to him, Colin, the Kenyan, 2:08, lifetime best, 2nd in Eindhoven. So we're wearing 12, little lean over the shoulder. That's Tefra, 28, 20, 10K, making his marathon debut. Him and Kabede wearing 14, other two marathon debuts in this lead group. And it's always fascinating watching runners make their marathon debut. There's the slight unknown, there's the confusion or the experience or lack of experience on drink stations. But there is a little bit of a rawness when you make your marathon debut, that you don't quite anticipate the pain, you don't quite anticipate and overthink what's coming, because you don't know what's coming. So that can be of huge benefit, but it also can lead to a false sense of security as well, because if the mind takes over, the marathon's almost, as many elites have said, when you're feeling good, that's a case of just holding back, just making sure you're economical through the next kilometers and miles. The superb former world record holder in the marathon, the Welshman Steve Jones, should say it's a 20-mile run followed by a 10K race. Therefore, it's about getting to 20 miles as relaxed, as economical as possible. So sometimes making a debut can feel very good through the halfway mark, even through 25 kilometers, and think, I'm going to push the pace. And that can be detrimental in the latter stages. Muniai, second here last year. He looks good, wearing bib number 7. Going through his profile, not too many races to go through. And again, having finished second here last year, I thought there'd be a few more races, whether there was a little bit of injury or whether he just enjoyed life and just sat back. But he's back here again 12 months later. Wouldn't he love to go a couple of spots higher on the podium, get himself onto the winner's rostrum. As we look down the field there, 23, Abdelrajeh wearing 2, Alou, the Bahrainian, behind him the Moroccan, Saleh, as they rhythmically continue to knock out 3-minute kilometers. As we go back to the elite women, and we track where we're at as they come towards almost an hour of running. It's been such a standard distance. Dasala wearing 56 on that group there. 63 is Mulula. Nigis Mulula on the back of that group. And 59, Sayum. Teju Sayum, who's just biding her time. Doesn't really matter where you sit in this group. Often runners will quite like to sit in the middle. As Demese wearing 53 is an athlete wearing 58, Mesfin, just because you don't feel like you're going to fall out the back of the trapdoor. And you've got runners for company in front and behind. And often you get a little bit of a buffer from the athletes behind you, a little bit slipstream from those in front. And as Eliud Kipchoge's Sub-2-Hour project showed, that they had runners surrounding them in almost that diamond formation. The studies that they did found that runners behind almost created a bit of draft for runners and actually helped the runner in front of them. So being tucked into that middle point as a coach, that'd probably be where you might suggest your runners to be, sat and relaxed, as the pacemakers continue to do their job at the front. So those pacers, Malika Galan, Negreso Kader, 2 Ethiopians that will be part of these training groups. Kader going to 40 kilometers hopefully, and Galan at least 30 kilometers. So entrusted with the pace. It's the lead group now. Probably down to 7 runners, maybe 8. Just doing my quick maths on the field in front of us. So we could now be down to 8 runners. We've lost a few out the back. As the elite men, still very healthy numbers. Double figures as they're going to go towards that halfway point. That's when we'll get a real confirmation of where the elite men are in relation to the course record. Remember that 63 split they're looking for. 2:06.27 is the course record. Gonna choose from the first edition of the race in 2022. And the women's course record to 24. Agregu from 2024. And those records, could they be under threat? 18 kilometers, 54 minutes and 56 seconds. So doing my quick maths on that, if that 18 kilometers is correct, then I think we're operating around about 64 minutes for the halfway mark. So that would mean we would need a pickup, a negative second half. It is possible. We've seen some phenomenal second half of marathons on the marathon scene. And given the healthy numbers in this league group, and that is not impossible. I'm sure the race director would have potentially preferred around about 63 minutes, but we'll wait for confirmation of that time. Wait for confirmation of the halfway split as we hit 1 hour. And welcome if you're joining us to the 2026 Riyadh Marathon. The elite men are on the left-hand side of the screen, the elite women on the right-hand side. Remember this 4-race program. So local time, it is now gone 7:22. So that means we're 18 minutes away from the start of the half marathon. The marathon go over 2 laps of this course. Half marathon, we'll just do the 1 lap. The masses started their marathon journey just 5 minutes after the elite athletes. And the half marathon, they will do exactly the same. And then at 9 AM, the 10K distance, so popular. So many runners will go over the 6.2 miles. And then even more popular is the 5K, the family run, the fun run. And they go off at 11:30. So 4 races, seeing over 60,000 runners taking to the streets of Riyadh, the capital city of Saudi Arabia, rich in its heritage, its modernization. The different districts, the likes of the Zurich, which has its UNESCO World Heritage label. The likes of Boulevard City, the edge of the world. You've got the Kingdom Centre, the amazing skyscraper and sky bridge, and this is such a rich in terms of heritage and history, and the financial district as well, so busy. But today it's about the streets and it's about the physical fitness, the well-being. Remember, this event brought to you by the Saudi Sport for All Foundation, Ministry of Sport and Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation. They know the importance of sport in terms of community, in terms of schools, in terms of infrastructure, bringing people together, and how important it is for the those that are working in business to find their balance as well. And these are fantastic role models on the screen in front of us, with our elite women on the right, our elite men on the left, as they've gone through 62 minutes of running thus far. So the elite women probably around about 10 minutes away from their halfway split. The elite men not far at all. Another drink station, which probably gives us a signal that we're not far from 20 kilometers, if not over 20 kilometers. There's a drink station followed by a hydration stop. You can see people on their way to work on the right-hand side of that left-hand side shot, with the highway running adjacent to our elite runners, but also giving you context of the speed they're running. As we said, 3 minutes per kilometre, metronomically. Toller taking his drink. He's been on the ball for his drink stations. He looks very controlled. he looks like someone that means business. Abehu Munai, second last year. Tefera next to him, sharing Toller's bottle. These runners look pretty good, deciding to go towards the front of the group to get onto the back of the pacemakers. They'll be looking out themselves for that halfway split, that completion of the first lap. And they know they've got to do it all over again. The likes of Muniai, he's done this before though. He knows this feeling, knows what it's like to go through the halfway split, double it, come back, get on the podium. 23 is Faris Abdurrahman. So maybe a late addition to the field, which is why he's got a number and not his own printed bib. It's often a signal that maybe was added later as the half marathon runners get themselves ready, their preparations underway. Remember, they're going off at local time 7:40. So we are 3 hours ahead of Greenwich Mean Time. So we'll take you through some of the athletes to look out for. They're chasing some times that, well, they'd love to hit. The course records. Banamat Nega was 62.28 in 2025. Beatrice Cesarek in the first edition of the race in 2022, 69.22. So those times will be chased today. So for the men, that's around about 2 minutes and 58 seconds per kilometre. For women, about 3:17 per kilometre split. Slightly smaller fields in the half marathon, but we've had some great races over the years here. So we've had some real sprints for the line. It's very much a competitive race. And they're about trying to get the bragging rights, about trying to get the victory. But they are on the start line, maybe with 10 minutes to go, unless they're going to get them on their way a little bit earlier. And we'll take you through some of the athletes to look out for on that start line of the half marathon. So if you're joining us to the Riyadh Marathon 2026, welcome. It's been a fantastic first hour of running for our elite athletes, our elite men on the left-hand side of the screen. But it's going to be just over an hour of running for the athletes on the right-hand side of the screen. The elite half marathon runners. So the start of the second event here this morning of 4 to follow is the 10K and 5 kilometre distances. So some of these runners will be getting themselves ready for their own marathon journeys in the next few weeks and months. Good preparations for others. This is their distance. Some people half marathon, it's a very specialised distance. So many good half marathons around the world that it does lend itself to not stepping up necessarily to the full marathon distance. And there's our runners that are going to get their lineups. Just being put into place before they get introduced. Remember, local time due off at 7:40. So just around about 10 minutes away from the start of the half marathon. 21.1 kilometers, 13.1 miles. The 4 athletes we introduce are quality athletes, athletes that want to chase those course records. And there's the masses behind them. The marshals doing a good job to hold back. This is such a popular distance. The organisers stated that the half marathon here is just the event that everyone wants to do. It's a good stepping stone towards the marathon, but it's such a popular distance around the world right now. The 10K and 5K are going to see even bigger numbers to come. So the start-finish gantries there, you can see. We'll bid our half marathon runners en route. See our elite runners in front just by the start gantry, the masses behind them, getting ready for their own half marathon distance. You can see not much wind today. That has been a factor over previous years. Temperature has risen a little bit from the 12 degrees we had at 6:15. So let's take you through 4 athletes to keep an eye on. Salwa Shambi is the athlete with a 69.24 lifetime best. Set in February 1 year ago on the left-hand side with the bib 156. Shambel will be someone that will be competitive in this field. Anything sub 70 minutes is, well, that's class quality for our elite women. Remember that course record, 69 minutes and 22 seconds. So Shambel will need just a slight increase of that lifetime best, but she's got to beat some quality runners around her if she is going to get on the top stop. Victory is ahead. Love that, where dreams begin. So what wonderful visions above the start-finish gantries, the electronics, the organisation, the infrastructure of major city marathons and events is evolving each year. You can see that finishing mat as well. The branding of events is such a big business and such an important part. The colour, and I tell you what is important to runners of the masses is the colour of the t-shirt each year, and that will be something that you see up and down the local streets and also international streets of those that travel far and wide to different events. And the event t-shirts that are always sought after. And, sometimes they give them out before, and you'll see many people running in those editions, and sometimes at events they give them out after, and they're worn as proudly as the medals. Look at that, that's a wonderful drone shot. We've been spoilt by our team out in Riyadh with the superb visions of the city. And you can just see the skyline, that many people waking up, getting out onto the streets to cheer on our marathon runners, some of those getting up to do their own 10K and 5K distances. There's going to be big numbers later today. And the course itself, by the start-finish area, race begins and ends at the Princess Noura bint Abdurrahman University. So Marathon Village Festival located here. So wide roads on the course, the Anas Malak Road and the Ban Afam Road, passing modern city monuments, loads of high energy cheering stations en route. But it looks very calm from above, doesn't it? But such a vibrant and modern and well, cultural city. So the heart, the hub of Saudi Arabia, almost 7.8 million people, so getting towards the 8 million people mark live here. And sport wellness has been such a big focus and push. The Saudi Sport for All Federation and the Ministry of Sport and Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation take their roles with great care and responsibility to make sure that the fitness, well-being and the opportunities are there. We've gone back to some great shots of the village as well, different partners that are on board to make sure that it's a festival. It's been the village, I think, set up since the 28th, so a couple of days where people came and picked up their numbers and enjoyed the race village. Things to do for the family before their events, after their events. But it really is a celebration of fitness, sport and well-being over these 2 days here in Riyadh. So again, if you're joining us to the Riyadh Marathon. On the screen now are the half marathon runners, the elite runners behind them the masses. And they are due off in 5 minutes. And let's take you through the runners. Smalawat Shenbel is the Ethiopian athlete. Her lifetime best, just 2 seconds outside that of the course record. So wearing 156, the Ethiopian athlete next to her, decorated Ethiopian in Alsmahey. Sefalhan is a 67.57 lifetime best athlete. 2:26 marathon runner as well. Second in Marathon La Chelle. Third in Barcelona last year, 68.19. So Tezegay Kidunde, 59.49. He's gone inside the magical 60 minutes. So that course record is under threat because the athlete next to him, the Kenyan Vincent Kimano, also has a lifetime best inside 60 minutes, 59 minutes and 45 seconds. So that really does set the scene. But could we see the record set? And could we see a time towards that 60 minutes? The record last year for the men, Berkeret Lega, was 62.28. So these athletes have run almost 3 minutes faster than that. The women can be very close to that record. So the 62 minutes and 22 seconds. Actually, that was set in 2023. I might have said 2022. But it's going to be competitive out there. Last year's winner, Vivian Melly, the Kenyan, 71 minutes and 1 second winning from Sungu. Just 2 seconds separated them. So it was a fantastic battle in the men's race. It was just 5 seconds separating. So we go back to the marathon runners, go back to the elite women. And maybe 2 athletes have just dropped off this group. 66, Mengistu, and 56 next to her. I think there has been a slight drop up to Salah. I think these 2 athletes maybe have just dropped off the lead group as we look maybe at the foreshortened distance between these 2 athletes. We're in 66 and 56 that I think are maybe the best part of 100 meters, maybe 200 meters off the lead pace. But it is final checks from the organizing committee here at the Riyadh Marathon to check that the marathon runners are going to be set en route. Local time 7:40, and then the masses 5 minutes after. I think the elite men have got a good chance at that course record, but there's no set pacemaker. Well, there wasn't one in the notes that the organisers provide, but not impossible these athletes won't attack it. And there's the full lineup. Tezgay Kinunde, we've got Matthew Lagat, Victor Sarway, Bekele, Kindu Mulat. But interesting, Sarway. Now I did think this when we were looking at the marathon field, but Sarway himself, well, we saw Sarway in the marathon. So I wonder whether he decided to go full distance instead. There's elite women also on the screen in front of us. So again, that is a strong lineup. The battle between Ethiopia and Kenya continues in this race. They've swapped it and changed it in the men and women to who takes the title, but who's going to take the half marathon title in 2026? We will know in just over 1 hour for the men and just inside 70 minutes for the women, we hope. And again, the organisers would love a couple of course records. Conditions are pretty good here for the half marathon distance. Minimal wind. Temperatures now, I think, around about the 15 degrees. So they won't necessarily need too many drink stations or water stations on course. You can run an hour really without hydration or without fuel, as there's the countdown clock on top of the gantry. 10 seconds. And There we go, the start. I don't know whether the elites knew that that was the start. There you go, firing of the gun. So just a slight delay as the masses go with the elites. They're going to all thought they were going to overtake the elites then. So we half marathon runners are on their way here at the 2026 Riyadh Marathon. This is the half marathon distance. So they go over 1 lap of the marathon course. And they're going to be attacking this at sub 3 minutes per kilometre. The women are going to inside 3:20 pace per kilometre. As a few of the mass runners have decided to go off at that pace as well. Well, let's see if they can hold that for the full distance. I somewhat doubt it, unless we've got a few superstars and a few unsuspected elites within there. So there's the bright orange T-shirts that they have got them pre-race. I did think they had. So that's going to be the showcase, the signing. That is going to be the bright orange colours out on the course. So the half marathon runners are on their way. So getting their playlists, getting their hydration. There's the elite women. And they do have, it looks like an elite men or one of the men to help pace them. So that's going to help. So the back to the elite women marathon runners. And we're down to, I think, 1 pacer as the skyline there gives us a visual, an overview of this still early-ish morning here. 7:41 in Riyadh, and this is the Riyadh Marathon, and we watch the speed, the quality of the runners on the screen in front of us. These are our half marathon runners. And they're going to be attacking that course record. We will be going to and fro now from the different races. So it's going to be an interesting one of what's going on. I think that's Emmanuel Chipchumba, which maybe he's been pulled in. Now, I did wonder, Chipchumba was meant to be in the marathon field and wearing 11 with the red bib. So maybe he's been pulled in as a pacemaker. So there you go. So I did say I was wondering whether I hadn't seen information of a pacemaker in at the half marathon. So the pacer in the women's half is Raglan, who's going to go to 20 kilometres. So they've got an important job in that half marathon, seeing if we can get that field of the half marathon runners. So the likes of Mamo, Jirotic, Jepkeme, Shenbel, Wuda, Adane. It's a strong field that are going to be trusted with that, and that is the pacer at the front. So 1:57 in the back of that group. So they're going to be making sure that they get things good. That's Wudu, who's in this half marathon. There's the elite women marathon runners on the right-hand side of the screen, and this is back in the pack. These 66, I think, had dropped off the lead group. As we now try and update where we're at with the marathon journey, as our half marathon runners on the screen in front of us. 1:56 is Shembe, and next to her 1:55. Chikembe is Nancy Chembe is the athlete from Kenya, 73 lifetime best, but expect that to be beaten. I think that was at altitude as well. So anything at altitude, you can take a few minutes off that, and often at altitude that they've been looking to get an international race, an international experience. So this could be it today, and that shop window is so important for our runners as we go back to the elite women. And I think these are the chasers. I think that's potentially the lead group around about 200 meters up the road. And then guess who is the athlete wearing 66, and 56 is not far from her. But these two athletes, I think, have dropped off the group. 56, remember, was Tasala, These two athletes are trying to get their way back into that lead group. But we will try and get confirmation of the leaders and of the splits as the race continues to 1 hour 23. And here's more of the masses in the half marathon. We've set off the elites and the first wave. It's now time for the masses to go. The gun fires and we're off. So again, welcome to the Riyadh Marathon 2026. There's a lot going on now. The busy, the popular half marathon distance sees the masses en route. As said, the organisers have said this event, the half marathon, is so popular. That's a bridge in from the 10K. Not quite as tough as the marathon. One lap, loads of numbers. And that, well, running boom that we're in around the world is showcased right now. All ages, all abilities, all backgrounds. But one distance. Well, those runners with their half marathon. Also on the left-hand side have our marathon runners going over their second lap now, which is fascinating. The difference in tactics, difference in feel. We're trying to get confirmation of the elite women. Is this our leaders? Because there is, it looks like a group up the road. So we're waiting for confirmation of that, because I think we had two pacers, or at least one pacer that was going to go pretty much 40 kilometers. As the masses set on their way, half marathon. They will have gone through different training programs, some more intense than others. Some will be experienced. This will be their half marathon they've done multiple times. And for others, this is the first time they've gone over this distance. It can challenge some, but it's a lot more manageable than the marathon. As the split screen shows the masses on their half marathon journey, the elite women on the left-hand side, and we're just trying to get confirmation of the positions of the athletes we're seeing. I wonder whether the athletes we're seeing are just slightly off the lead groups. I think the lead group might be just slightly up the road, but we're watching athletes chasing potentially. Tigges Mengistu is the athlete wearing 66. She's just gone past. She looked like she had a bit of a bad spell and was just slightly struggling, but has gone past her compatriot and trying to chase down, I think, the lead group. Gone past Salah. I think the lead group might be up the road. And again, showing the metro stops and stations, the ability to get round this busy city with almost 8 million occupants, but so much heritage, so much modernisation, real blend, balance between the two. As there, I think up the road, I can see the lead group, as now we're going to get confirmation of that. So the motorbike leaves those two runners that I think are off the lead group. And that gives us an idea of the distance, of the gap. And there, yes, up ahead, the lead group of the elite women in the marathon. And they're down to one pacer, as suspected, and down to 6 athletes. So coming towards that 90-minute mark of running. So for these athletes, they know they've got just under 60 minutes left to run. It's 2 paces, I correct myself, getting confirmation of that. Both paces are still there. So our elite women down to 5. And it's 57. Debeba who is the early, I wouldn't say aggressor, but it's definitely someone at the front. 53, De Messi tucked into that group as well. So again, an early runner. I think Misfen maybe is another one in that group. Again, we'll get confirmation of that lead group. There's our two male pacemakers cruise their way through at the moment. So that's Gelen and Kadir. As we know, that gap back to the chasers, that's not going to change now. I think that was the best part of maybe 400 meters. So Germa, the other athlete in there, yeah, Misfen is the athlete at the back of that group. So there's 5 athletes in contention. They're sharing drinks, sharing some conversation, but it's becoming less and less as we get more and more towards the business end of things now. They're very much now a battle between themselves in terms of, they know they're getting towards the business end. On the right-hand side of the screen, the elite men, and still locked in battle, and still a really healthy, big number in contention. And Toller, who I said looked good, who was not afraid to get right onto the back of the pacemaker, and he's still right there. Muniai, podium finisher last year to Sarah. Dunga is a big field still, and this is fascinating because we are just over about 35, maybe to 38 minutes left of running, and we still have such a big group. So that makes me think that we are not operating at necessarily course record pace, but what we are operating at is, this becomes more like a championship now, and we've got some real winners in this field, those that know how to win some big races. And there's confirmation, 27.2 kilometers. So 1 hour, 23 and 11 minutes. Muniai, Tola, Kabede, Negese, going all the way back to Cullen, the Kenyan. Charlie is the lone Moroccan in there. So at the moment it's Ethiopia versus Kenya, with the decorated Hamza from Morocco sat right in that group, and that's great to see. He's a good championship performer over the half marathon and marathon. So seeing Charlie in that group, and he's at the back of that group. I said he didn't look very comfortable early on, but as it goes into these latter stages, he'll be growing in confidence because he's still right there. And especially experienced runners, they definitely start to feel a bit of a spring in their step. Sarway, yes. And now I did say Sarway himself. It looks like Sarway and Chichumba have swapped. One's gone into the marathon, one's gone into the half marathon. So Sarway was originally on the half marathon sheet. So Victor Sarway. So we expected to see him there. And he's swapped, and 63.50 lifetime best. So deciding now to go over the full marathon. So making his debut today. And at the moment with that gold number, he's very content to be sat in this lead group. And for the first 90 minutes of running, has done a good job, has operated very successfully. And that's what making your debut is all about. Getting those early stages, those early miles. Trying to get to that 20-mile point as rhythmically and as economically as possible. The masses on the right-hand side of the screen. They will take their time to get over the start line. They're in no rush whatsoever. They've got their individual goals, their own aims. They've been on their own journeys instead of probably good, bad, and indifferent training over the last few months. The holiday period can impact that, or for some, they've got a bit more time for training. It can be a little bit hit and miss. But look at, that's a great sight. to celebrate and to support exactly what the organisers are all about in relation to getting people active and getting the masses out in the half marathon distance. Is one that's much loved, and I'm sure the Saudi Sport for All Federation, the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation and the sponsors and partners be absolutely delighted with the masses and the support of the locals and people that have travelled far and wide. Look at that, all ages, all abilities. I did say that earlier. Maybe that's one of our youngest starters on their way. Big smiles from Mum. And if running a half marathon wasn't a tough enough distance, then pushing a baby stroller the whole way. And if you're curious, there are world records for running with baby strollers, and I think someone ran a world record for the baby stroller mile the other day. And yes, I can hear you asking what the time was. I think it was 4 minutes and 24 seconds on the track running with a baby stroller. So that is impressive running. But I don't think we're going to break any world records today in the baby strolling mile, but I tell you what we are going to have is a real dust up in the elite men. So the pacemaker's job is done. That's always a sigh of relief for the organisers. They've seen 90 minutes on the clock, and Agrey Kiprotich, I think, was the pacemaker to get them through that point. But now it becomes a race with just over 30 minutes to go on the race clock. You can see things starting to break up now, and whatever the tactics were previously, some of them get thrown out the window. And for others now, it's about being the aggressor, about trying now to gauge the effort. And obviously the prize money does decrease. There's significant amounts for the winners, and then it does decrease every single position. So the runners themselves know that they want to be in that top spot. The dollars that it will bring them is significant. Prize money drops by about 33% through second and third place, and prize to 4 to 10 as the elite women 27.2 kilometers, 1:34.28. So you can see Debebe, Mulane, Demese, Germa and Mesven, the lead 5 athletes on the road. Mesven at the second, on the back of that group, just for a second, just maybe losing contact. She just won't want to see the athletes going away from her. Debebe is the athlete leading, and well, from early on, Debebe has been not afraid to go to the front, and neither is Demese. These two athletes have shown their cards fairly early and have been on the back of the pacemakers, Germa. But it's maybe Misfin is the athlete that's just starting now, just to drop off. Second in Malaga in 2024, 2:26.01 lifetime best. So just a battle of concentration now. Often in the marathon you can go through a little bad spate of running in relation to whether it's a stitch or legs or pace, but you can put it back again. Just a contrast in speeds, maybe in running styles. We go to the elite women half marathon runners on the right hand side of the screen, marathon runners on the left hand side of the screen, and you can see the speed, the intent. Probably around about 10 seconds difference in kilometer pace between our half marathon runners and our marathon runners. Eddie Glennon is the pacemaker, the male pacemaker, who's going to go all the way to 20 kilometers. And they're looking for that time to be inside the 69-minute mark. But it is quick, it's an attack on the pace. I think that is Wudu 73 lifetime best, so Wudu not afraid to get right after it. So I wonder whether that's almost a predicted time, but if it is, she's running way inside that at the moment. And then the athletes behind are following 7 elite athletes on this, and they look like they mean business. Mamo, the athlete just behind Zerahan. Now this is the athlete to look out for. So 10th in the Paris Marathon last year. I was on commentary for that, and so many impressive performances that day. But wasn't able to go higher than just sneak inside the top 10. She won the Seville Half Marathon. That's where she set her lifetime best in 2024. Third in the Barcelona Half last year. So a couple of other marathons, second in Rochelle, third in the Gold Coast. So she's a consistent performer. And, well, going to be someone to look out for, as maybe 155. Jet Kemi is just dropping off this. Maybe the first athlete to lose contact with the elite women's field in the half marathon on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side is the marathon. And that maybe is Misfin seeing the race disappear up the road, and it is. That's such a difficult situation for a runner when you've been tucked in that lead group. You've been feeling pretty good, but now you're watching the 2 pacemakers, and I think it's the 4 women disappear in front. But she'll know the prize money goes down the top 10, and she's come this far, and she's, I think, got a far enough gap behind the chasers behind, so she's got to settle into her own rhythm. And settling into their rhythm is the speed of our elite half marathon runners. Metronomic. This is an Ethiopian powerhouse in relation to just the numbers of runners they produce over the half marathon and marathon. It is their national sport, and the running styles are just so impressive. But it's not by accident. They do a lot of drills, a lot of technique work, a lot of conditioning work. If you ever get a chance to watch the videos on YouTube of their warm-ups, they are, well, a thing of beauty. The way that they exercise to together the drills. As the, I think that's the elite men half marathon runners, just navigating their way through the marathon runners. That's going to need some discussions. The lead car, the bicycles of the organisers that are going to have to make sure that the speed that these half marathon runners are travelling at, because they're chasing those course records. Remember, we've got 2 athletes that have run inside 59 minutes. That is, well, that's fast running. So in that half marathon distance, Kameno and Kaninu are the athletes with sub 60 minutes. That's nowadays is the benchmark of super elite in the half marathon. Only a handful of athletes a few years ago had, well, gone inside that barrier. A few more nowadays, given our super shoes technology and the change in training. So that change in training has often come round with that shoe technology being able to cope with more volume, and almost coincided with the Norwegian distance method of double hard training sessions. But not too much has changed so much with the Kenyan Ethiopian models. They've always been fairly high mileage and always produced such successful athletes. As you can see on the screen, 103, Matthew Legat. Legat in the white as they navigate the early stages of the half marathon distance. So I make it 24 minutes of running. So they're not going to be too far from the 10-kilometer split. And you can just see the speed that they are tearing up the streets with. So way inside 3 minutes per kilometer, I think, at the moment. Remember, we're looking for a time inside that 62.5 minute mark, which the organisers would love to put this half marathon on the super elite map. in relation to the times. And 1:07, that is Kiprono. And I'm looking out for Chichumba, who we know had the red bib, but he'd chosen to run the half marathon instead. I wasn't sure whether he'd been drafted as a pacemaker, but I don't see him there. So it is a race, and it is about these athletes pushing the pace. And that's why we're going to need the likes of Matthew Legat at the front of this. And at the back, Kadino is the, well, such an economical runner. Wearing 1:02, white singlet. And also in there, 1:01, Vincent Kimayo. And again, he looks very, very relaxed, very smooth. Not afraid to push the pace. Another one in there, I think that's Stephen Kimatai Kibet. 61:32 lifetime best, set in October last year. He's got a marathon personal best of 2:05:47. So maybe using this as preparation for his next marathon. Sticking out, is he in this group actually? We're in 1:05. I don't see him in there, so whether he is in there, about Bakile, he's wearing 1:12. 1:03 is Legat. 1:06 Kirotic. 1:08 is Gurudai. And I don't have 1:66. Yes, I do. That's Mulat. Mulat at the bottom of the elites. I think a late entry, Mulat, into this field. But Vincent Kimayo at the front, a rising star of Kenyan distance running. Second place in the Rome Half Marathon in October in that lifetime best, 59 minutes and 45 seconds. And his 10K lifetime best set in November was 27:20. So I think he's the athlete that, well, they're going to be hard pushed to beat. Maybe the only athlete that has matched him on time previously at the back of that field. Kidunai is the Ethiopian athlete in the white singlet, but I think we're traveling towards potential course record territory. Munyai, second place 12 months ago. Now things are happening in the elite men's race. Tola is right there. Tefera's right there. But things are happening as we look back. Sarway making his debut. He's got the gold number because he was meant to be on the start line of the half marathon. So this is a fantastic story. That name, Sarway, the surname is, well, it's one of the hottest properties in half marathon and marathon running right now. But can we have another Sarway to the fore? But we're now down to 6 athletes in this elite men's race. Little description, I think, for Munyai of needing a drink. As the gaps, look at that. It's starting to splinter now, the elite men. You can see the grimaces, you can see the facial expressions. It's changed, hasn't it, from just a few kilometers ago. Munyai is like almost saying to Tola, you take some of it, I don't want to take the whole of this. I'm looking at my watch and, well, it's about winning now. But it's probably for Munyai about how winning's done. 35 kilometers, 1:47:05. So 5 kilometers, we're looking at somewhere in the region of maybe 22 minutes of running left. So that's going to put us around the 2:09 mark, maybe just inside 2:10. So this isn't about fast times now. This is about racing. Sarway, his debut. He's the unknown factor in this group. Teferi's in there. Mouth open, almost just trying to get oxygen as they're desperately trying to get their drinks. And Tola, he's been superb at getting his drinks per stage. Like, doesn't lose a bead of sweat or any energy. And Raphael Collin is the Kenyan. You can see second from back of that group. He's made sure he's got his drink as the elite women's race looks like more changes, and it's fascinating again. Debere, the long-time leader, or the person that was on the heels of the pacemaker for so many kilometers, on the split screen, I think, has dropped off. But again, we get confirmation of this. Again, I'm only saying that because I think we expected the pacemakers to be there until the very latter stages. So there is the gap between Denese Debere, who I think now is back in 5th place. 63, yes. Blunay is, I think, back in 3rd or 4th place. But now we're going to make our way to our leading duo. And it is 53 and 60 right there. 53, Demese, and 60, Girma, with the 2 pacemakers. So Kenya Girma is the champion for Muscat in 2025, 2:26.32 lifetime best. And 53, Abashe Demese is the 2:25.43 lifetime best, champion from Lima last year. So fascinating that these 2 athletes now head-to-head. Girma in the white singlet on the left and the kind of pinky purple with the blue stripe through. That is Demese. Demese has been there from almost the beginning, mentioned her very, very early on. So not afraid to get towards the leading group, as I think one of the elite men's marathon runners has dropped off. Pacers still in the elite men's, not afraid to go as they had to be towards the latter stages. So Kenya Girma on the left-hand side of the screen. Born in 2004, so that lifetime best, 2:26.32, coming on the 26th of October. So she's in form. So athletes are often about what their form is, and for marathon runners, it's difficult to know sometimes. But Girma coming in from 2nd place at the Dublin Marathon. So knowing how to be on the podium in Dublin back in October, but at the moment heading towards either a 1st or a 2nd place. She won in Lens back in May in 2:32, and a year ago that was at Muscat Marathon. So 2 1st place and 1 2nd place in Dublin. Right now, this is another big performance. Just a little look over her shoulder. So nothing really to go on form-wise before that. So that again is the fascination. But she's progressed every single marathon. She's got slightly faster and never been out of the top 2. So a consistent performer. As the elite men half marathon runners on the right-hand side of the screen continue to operate, I think, inside 3 minutes per kilometre. It's a big group, though, which makes me think that maybe we're not quite as fast as we might have wanted. You can see that they're almost 3-4 abreast, which I would think if we were running towards 60-minute pace, we might have a smaller field. You can see the 2.75 kilometre split. So I wonder how correct that is, but being that I think they are running slightly faster than that, but maybe we've just dropped off the pace. But the half marathon here has a history of being a fantastic race and a well, more about taking the top spot than it is the fast times. And 107, you can just see them just vying for position, and that is Kiprono on the left-hand side. 103, as we mentioned before, Matthew Legat. And going from the back to the front, Kinunu is the, well, one of the fastest men in the field, and deciding maybe that the pace is too slow. Kinunu is the second of the athletes with a lifetime best inside 60 minutes. And, well, probably deciding that maybe better to be at the front than at the back of the group. And you can just see the smoothness, the economical running style of all these half marathon runners. So the half marathon, fascinating distance, 60 minutes is the kind of universal number that you can hold your threshold for. So that's why you don't need any hydration potentially or fuel for that 60 minutes, as the masses will do as they go up. As we go back to the elite women, 10 kilometers, half marathon, 34 minutes and 12 seconds. So I think we're just a little outside of the course record pace. Rudu, Mamo, Sembel, Shane, Zerahan, and Ashrez makes it an Ethiopian top 6. And they are just following the pacemaker. And you can just see the speed that they're going past the masses. These masses out on their marathon journey, I think on their first laps. And that just gives you context of the speed that they are running. Back to the elite marathon, 23 on the front is Abafauge, who's I think the late entry to the event. He's well, showing his cards, as I think we're inside 15 minutes, which makes this fascinating, being that there are so many runners in contention that this is going to come down to, well, a race. It's going to come down to a battle, because there are so many runners here that are all, well, vying for position. And Abdelwakil, who is on the front. It's different names for Ethiopians by which name they go with. He's got a lifetime best of 60 minutes and 10 seconds for the half marathon, so no wonder he's there. And that was in March 2025. But his marathon best, 2:16. So that, well, maybe that was not quite the debut that he would have wanted. So, but this now is a much better showing, as he's right on the front of this race. Was 5th place in Beijing for that marathon, but right now with a 60-minute half marathon, that's why he's at the front of this group. In December, ran 61:13 in Shenzhen in China, so he's in shape. He's obviously prepped for this. Tefera is at the front of the group now. 2:07 lifetime best. The Osaka marathon champion. He's looked like he's been gasping for air at various times, but that could be just how he runs, just how he operates. Sarway with the gold bib, making his debut, looking smooth and impressive at the moment. Remember, he was on the list for the half marathon. Victor Sarway and Munyai on the podium 12 months ago. And maybe just for the first time, Toller has just dropped back. But Munyai now, he looks good in the blue singlet. deciding now. I think they know that something has to go, something has to give. We can't have well, can't have this many runners coming down to the last mile, especially if you're not overly confident of your own finishing kick. Meunier, Tefera are the two athletes now that are pushing it on, pushing the pace. And now this is probably the first significant break of the race. Abari Meunier on the podium 12 months ago. And now he's decided that he would, well, love to be the winner, love to be the champion. So he's gone to the front and he is trying now to, well, trying to win the race over the last couple of miles, the last 3 kilometers or so of running. The battle is between these two. Tefera is literally sticking to him. I love that. Goes to one side of the road. Meunier almost just asking the question, almost like cycling, where you know someone's tracking you, just a slight move to see whether they continue to follow you or not. And we're fascinated with Abayo's Meunier's racing record. So no other races between this 12 months ago, as he signals to Tefera behind him, is either don't clip my heels or do you want to take over? But I tell you what, this race is not over yet. The battle behind, anyone could still bridge that gap. But Meunier looks good. He's a powerful runner, and you can see he's pouring it on to Tefera, who's been gasping for air, looking fairly fatigued throughout the latter stage of the marathon. Meunier looks good for me, looks strong, looks powerful, and almost a little prayer to himself there, as if to say, this is it, I'm all in. 2 hours on the race clock. This is the part of the marathon distance that, yes, they may cover this distance in training, but at a much slower pace. The effort and the application of running the marathon at this pace, you can only ever replicate it in the actual marathon distance itself on race day. So that's why it is unforgiving, that's why it is the unknown, and that's why anything can happen, even when you're looking good and feeling good into the later stages of a race. It's never over until you hit that finishing tape or you cross that finishing line. But Meunier, he looks good at the moment. Tefera, he's not giving this up. You can see him. This means everything. And he's fighting tooth and nail, stride by stride. Meunier almost looks back to say, have you not taken the hint that I'm trying to win this from the front? And that gap now closes from 3-4 meters to 2 meters to 1 meter. Tefera is right there again. He's not giving this up. Meunier, little look behind, maybe to see where the chasers are, and where if these two maintain their pace, then it's between Meunier, Tefera, for who is going to be the Riyadh Marathon champion 2026. Meunier now, check stride. Sometimes it's easier to be the chaser, sometimes it's easier to sit in to gauge your finishing kick. He maybe just asked the questions of the big group to break it up, to split it up. A little check of the watch, and that will be confirmation that the meters has been eaten away in terms of what is left. The course record, I think, is safe for another year. That's 2:06.27 by the Gerechu, the Ethiopian, back in 2022. But it is about a race, and it's a race between two Ethiopians. Ababu Meunier, second last year in his lifetime best, 2:08.32. Asafa Tafia is the compatriot who is grimacing. He's been trying to get air on board, almost one eye shut with the pain of the marathon. Meunier looks as if it's biting, but if I was to say who looks the better of the two, Munyai in the blue, wearing bib number 7, looks slightly more relaxed than Tefera, and he's just sat on the shoulder, and his experience as well. He knows where to be placing-wise. He knows this course, having podium last year. So this now, to me, is where the smart money might lie as we go back to the elite women. And I still think it's 53 Domese and 60 is Kenya Gamira, and it is as they check with the one pacemaker. And this is interesting, latter stage of the race, they're 2 hours and 4 minutes in, is how far, obviously the pace is due to go to 40 kilometers, but how beneficial it is to their racing tactics. Germa is the athlete right on the shoulder of the pacemaker. Domese is the athlete that's happy to be sat in the slipstream, very much like Munyai sat on Tefera. And again, fantastic split screen here of the elite men on the left-hand side, the elite women with around about 20 so minutes of running. The elite men, much less so. They're into the business end. This is the racing part now, where it's down to 2 athletes. Who is going to take the 2026 Riyadh Marathon title? Tefera wearing 5 on the left-hand side of the screen. Munyai, who's been on the podium previously, he's raced sparingly, but when he has raced here, he's raced very well. And now the gap towards them and the 3rd place group has grown, so it's between the 2 athletes on the screen on the left. And the elite women at the moment, unless something drastically happens, the 2 athletes that were there with the pacemaker, but it's all eyes on this elite men's finish now. Munyai can't stop looking at his watch, and whether that's checking the pace or what the distance is to go, or whether it's just a distraction from the pain. Tefera, who has not hidden his pain probably for the last 10, 15 kilometers. But I tell you what, that pain will be worth it if he hits top spot on the podium. It's a big payday for both of these athletes, whether it's first or second, but significantly different if they are going to be the champion. And to put that on your CV as well, that will get them definitely an invite back next year, and also the potential for other races around the globe. So Munyai deciding now. He's made a break previously and it wasn't decisive. Now he goes again. The camera does a great job of giving us the speed of the leg turnover of Munyai as he drives and tries to make the distance now count between him and Tefera now, who closed the gap down and went into the lead. But now this could be significant as the clock's ticked over course record pace. So this now is about the victory. You can hear the finishing gantry noise in the distance. So that'll be a welcome sound to the leader on the screen. Abayu Munyai, he's your leader. On the podium 12 months ago. And I think he's going to be the champion this year. And he's going to find himself on the top spot of the podium. Wonderful shot there of the masses on the left-hand side of the roadway. And the leader and the, well, almost the champion here. Don't forget, all the races end and started here. The Princess Narora bint Abdurrahman University here. The Marathon Race Village, the festival located. And it will be a festival for this athlete on the screen as the distance continues to grow between Asfafa Tefera in second place in the green. But our leader, Abaru Mune is driving, and well, this would be a fantastic victory, the biggest of his career. And I always wonder whether athletes have a chance to enjoy the final moments, the pain of the marathon. Is there for whether you're an elite or one of the masses. Just maybe hurt slightly shorter for the masses. Given their time, it's just over 2 hours and 8 minutes. Some of our marathon runners in the masses will be going through their halfway point, so they'll be marveling at the sight of the elites coming down towards the finishing line, coming towards 2 hours and 9 minutes on the race clock. So I think we're going to be just inside 2 hours and 10 minutes. There's the wonderful sight of the finishing line. The carpet, the red carpet laid out for the champion, for the winner. And here he is coming into the final stages here at the Riyadh Marathon 2026. Aberu Munye is taking the title. He is your champion from Ethiopia, on the podium 12 months ago, and this time it's the top spot. Munye, superb bit of running. Absolutely delighted with second place, a very painful Sefer Tefera. Munye, what a brilliant win, what a brilliant finishing. Oh, as the pain is evident to see. Another Tefera, so it's the Tefera second and third, Taracha Tefera. And I think just ahead of Raphael Cullen, the Kenyan, that does come across the line in fourth place. All these athletes around the 2:10 mark. Sawe, great debut for him. Wonder when he did make the decision to transfer to the marathon. Munye, brilliant bit of running there. Tola, my coach and I had him as a potential tip because he looked so good, but it wheels slightly fell off in the latter stages. As we go back to the latter stages of the elite women, significant. Demesi has dropped off, so now there's a gap. It's Kenya Germa in the blue. Germa now is pushing the pace. And, well, Germa, when I look back, it's a superb bit of running. Whether Demese can get back. She's had a busy year last year of marathon running. She ran in Berlin, 16th place, just in October, 2:35. In May, that's when she won in Lima. And she ran Mumbai in January last year. So 3 marathons last year. Mixed results, but at the moment heading towards second place. But whether there's anything she can do in these later stages, because Kenya Germa, well, is going through the gears, and that looks significant in terms of distance, in terms of pace, and the fact she's got the pacemaker now to help her and to pull her clear. So second place in Dublin in October. The slightly different weather between here and the Irish capital, but second place that day, but at the moment heading towards first place. And well, this would be a superb result. As I said, she's improved from 2:41 to 2:32 to 2:26, and a couple of wins, and now going towards maybe her third win in 4 marathons. Sawe, that was a good debut. I was impressed with that. Colin says well done to Sawe. So an impressive half marathon. Those cycle shorts hang off him, so almost making them look like long shorts. But there's another Sawe to add to the Kenyan marathon family. Munye, winner of the elite men's race. Kenya Gurma at the moment in the blue singlet, following the pacemaker with 2 hours and 13 minutes on the race clock. And I think, well, she looks very relaxed, very controlled. Do look at the facial expression, look at her pain there. Hamasalu there, I think, is just going down towards the line. The Moroccan, he was there until the latter stages. Great championship runner over the marathon, the half marathon. Top 8 finisher previously in the World Championships in Doha. And he's got 100 meters. This is a tough bit of running now. Hamza Siala is the Moroccan. Look at that. That's what the marathon does to you. It can bite you and spit you out the other end and head to the side. You can see energy levels of taking a hit. 2 hours and 14 minutes, wearing bib 3. Said also 14th in those Oregon World Championships. But the pacemaker, who said he'd be there, the Gesa Kide from Ethiopia, until 40 kilometers. And I wonder whether he goes even further than that, as our elite men marathon runners on the right-hand side of the screen get celebrated as the pain is etched on the athlete, collapsing on the left-hand side. Shali, that just shows you how tough the marathon is, and well, how much of a boost it gives you to get on the podium. Gurma, this is impressive. A little check of the watch. That marathon record, 3 marathons, 2 wins, improvement in every single marathon. And she's going to be close to that time she ran in Dublin, that 2:26 personal best, as our elite men stand proud. That's our top 3. Tefera and Tefera, with Muni on the centre spot. Muni has been a popular winner here, having been on the podium 12 months ago. But the podium in the elite women's, is it going to be for Gurma? Kenya Gurma has moved away from the chasers. There was a larger group a few kilometers ago. It was down to herself and Demessi. Demessi has dropped off significantly. 2:16.06 on the race clock. So 3 marathons in 2025 and starting off 2026 very successfully at the moment. Look at that. That over probably the last kilometre or so, the gap is significant, and you can see probably a equal gap back to 3rd place. Abrash Demese is having to maybe try and hold on now to 2nd place, as the elite half marathon runners are coming towards 58 minutes of running, maybe just over that. And they are shifting, they are moving. So 1:12, that is Bekele, famous name. Kimenyo, sorry, is the Kenyan 1:01. But it is Abel Bekele. Is that another Bekele name to add to the long list? This now is a real battle. Keep an eye, we're going to keep an eye on the race clock as well to see what the athletes clock for the half marathon. So significantly fast in the early stages. And I wonder whether they're going towards that course record. 62 minutes is what we're looking for. Can they be inside that? It's a fast bit of running, but it's 62:28 is that course record. As on the left-hand side of the screen, Kenya Gurma Just letting the pacemaker go by a few meters. Whether she's just gauging her efforts, making sure that she doesn't overcook it in the very late stages of the marathon. As the noise of one of the bands, the cheering stations, support the runners, as Abel Bekele is moving so well off the ground. And this could be a significant performance right now. Those arm warmers driving off the ground. He's an impressive runner. And at the moment, heading towards the half marathon title. This maybe looks significant in terms of his time, his breakaway from those behind him. We'll wait for confirmation of that time he's on. I think it's 61 minutes now, so he can be very close to the course record. And maybe a little check of the watch himself to give him confirmation of that. Wonderful heel recovery. Look at that. Talk about runners with almost a circular motion of their legs and almost like pistons coming down onto the ground. The heel coming towards the back, and you can just see it's rhythmical. Almost looks like a track runner on this road surface. And the, well, the half marathon record is going to be under threat. I think he's broken away from Vincent Cameo, who was one of the favourites, the fastest man in the field with that sub 60 minute clock in. But I think he's going to have to settle for just a podium finish. I think Matthew Legat's having a good one up there as well. Legat's trying to close, I think, in the white singlet. But I think it's 112 who has run a superb race here over the half marathon distance. He's run a 27:28 lifetime best over 10K. So this, I think, is his half marathon debut, and it's going to be some debut here in Riyadh. He's going to take the title. He's going to take the half marathon title here. Abel Bekele takes it. Superb bit of running. Bekele there, 1:12. And again, we'll get confirmation of that time. It's very close. I think it was just inside or there or thereabouts the course record. Legat, I think, getting up for second place. So Legat himself, 61:30 lifetime best. So he's going to be outside that, but, well, a place on the podium is his reward, and some prize money to go with that. 107. Kiprono, early leader in that field as well. Vincent Cameo, I think, was in third place. But again, we'll wait for confirmation of that. But 1:12, look out for that name. 27:28. And, well, he looked absolutely superb in the later stages and kicked on. And when you've run that kind of time for half the distance, over 10 kilometers, he looks like someone that has even more energy to be expended. Definitely a sub 60-minute runner on his very best. 27:51 on the track, and well, 13:24 on the road is very impressive as well. And that 10K personal best coming in Lille in France in March. So, but he's someone that has run very similar, and the road to records in 2025 as well, 7th place there, 27:39. So, but successfully going over the half marathon today. Bekele, look out for that name. And also look out for this name, Kenya Germa, because she's on her way to winning her 3rd of 4 marathons. The pacemaker's job is done. So let's hope that he gives Kenya Germa her finishing home straight that she deserves. and she can soak it up and enjoy it. I think once it gets to a certain point, there was a motorbike going round the wrong way round the roundabout there. So a little bit of discussion. Actually, good job the pacer was there, just signalling to Kenya Germa that this is her home straight. She can see the finishing gantry. She can see the finishing line. And that 2:24:30 course record. Abugegu from 2024. How close to that? What's the foreshortening of that finishing straight? I think it's gonna be, well, just too long a distance, I think. I don't think she's gonna cover that in 30 seconds, but it's still gonna be one of the fastest times we've had. If she runs inside 2:26:32, it's gonna be a lifetime best. It's gonna be more progression on her personal best. And this is a very impressive bit of distance running. Kenya Germa has been rhythmical. She's been strong, she's been fluid. She's been tactically brilliant throughout today. She's had the support of the pacemaker, much past 40 kilometers. His job is done. So he could do with stepping aside. Yes, he does, brilliantly. That's nicely done. Let's give Kenya Germa the, well, the full celebration, the full accolade of those that are going to be on the finishing line. 2:25 clips over. The runners can see, can't they, from a long way out, that finishing straight. Now the pacemaker goes to the left. Germa goes to the right. This is her home straight. Superb bit of distance running by this young Kenyan athlete. And there the tape awaits. An impressive run, a dominant run. 3 marathons in 2025, 2 victories, a second place in the Dublin Marathon. But the champion here in the 2026 Riyadh Marathon is going to be the superb athlete from Kenya, the champion from Riyadh 2026 Marathon, Kenya Germa, taking the title, a superb run. And now the fatigue hits, and look at the distance she has. And it's delight. 4 races in her career, 3 victories. So impressive. And I am, well, in awe of this athlete. And I tell you what, look out for her in the future, because she has gone from strength to strength and has been so impressive. Now back to the half marathon. Wudu is the athlete leading, 73 lifetime best, but she's absolutely smashing that out of the park in this half marathon. 68 minutes on the race clock, 69 minutes is the course record. How close to that can we get? We're waiting for confirmation of that men's time. Could be a course record, but is it going to be a course record for the women? And the home straight, the pacemaker's job is done. 69 minutes is ticked over, so I think we're going to be just outside the course record. The half marathon finish to the left, marathon finish to the right. There's just a confirmation of that. So it's into the home straight now. The pacemaker's job is done. Fantastic bit of distance running. Zweidi Wudu is the athlete being chased by those behind, but they're not going to close the group, the gap from the group behind. Now into the home straight. Pacemaker, you can step aside. The Riyadh half marathon champion for 2026 from Ethiopia. It's a super impressive time, around about the 70-minute mark. So Wudu is the title taker and champion. Superb run here at the Riyadh Marathon. This, the half marathon distance. The chasers behind. Who is going to join Wudu on the podium? That is going to be the pre-race favourite, Zerahan, who's going to take second place. She'll probably be slightly disappointed to be runner-up, but another podium nonetheless. Another finisher, 1:53. Mamo, I think it's going to be around about 5th or 6th place. So an Ethiopian top 6. But I tell you what, the well, Ethiopians have had a fantastic day here today. They've taken the titles in every distance so far. It's a celebration. The national anthem of Ethiopia is going to be on repeat. And the, well, performances that we've seen have been such of high quality and been superb role models to those to come in the later distances. The masses over the marathon and half marathon, they're going to be coming in throughout this morning into this afternoon. And then don't forget, at 9 AM local time, we'll be setting the half marathon, the 10K runners on their way, I should say, to follow on from the successful half marathon. And then at 11:30, the 5-kilometer fun run that is going to see, well, sheer mass numbers of finishers. As now we've got the interesting feat of some finishing the marathon, some finishing the half marathon. This is another one of our half marathon finishers. So 1:56. That is that's Sembel, sorry, that was one of the athletes to look out for. She hasn't quite had the day that she would have wanted, but that's probably down to the quality of the performances in front of her. The men's half marathon champion, Bikili, very impressive bit of running. That's a surname that's synonymous with fast running. Kanessa Bikili, who's, well, just one of the legends of the sport. And I think this has been one of our strongest depth runs over the half marathon distances. Mesven, who was up there for so long in the elite women's race, with 200 meters to go. I think this is going to be second or third place in the elite women's race. Another one of our half marathon finishers. Very impressive field in the half marathon. Some of these getting ready for their own marathon in the future. And others, it's a stepping stone towards a potential marathon distance. Mesvin is gonna cement her place, I think, on the podium. So helped by one of the pacers towards the line. I think gonna be just outside 2.5 hours. And the announcer making sure that she gets the support over the line. So that's another finisher in the elite women's marathon. And there's still a few more to go as the 10K runners are getting ready. 5 minutes away from the start of the 10K. So this is always competitive amongst the local runners. Bragging rights are always on the line. The previous champion, one of the champions there. And look at that, there's confirmation of the lifetime best for Kenya Germa, 2:25.55 for victory here at the Riyadh Marathon 2026. Demese did complete the distance and continue in that second place, 2:27.15. And Malone was 2:29.20, third place. Dababe, 2:30.27, and Mesfin slipping outside that top three, 2:32.19. So that's your top five with their confirmed times in the elite women's race at the Riyadh Marathon. But your champion, Kenya Girma, so impressive. And she continues her hot streak of improving her marathon time in every marathon. And also her third victory in 4 marathons. So that is, to anyone looking at consistency, and to her and her coaching team, superb work. They'll be celebrating in Ethiopia the success. And there's the half marathon results. More success. I said top 6 going to Ethiopia. So Wudu was the winner, 70 minutes and 16 seconds, a lifetime best by almost 3 minutes. Zurahan second, 70 minutes and 44 seconds. Shane third, just 5 seconds behind, 70 minutes and 49 seconds. 4 athletes inside the 71 minutes. Mamo, the fourth of our Ethiopians there. So the elite women's Riyadh Marathon, half marathon, very impressive performances there. And the course record survives, but that's a superb personal best nonetheless, as our 10K runners on the screen get themselves ready for a 9 o'clock start local time. Greenwich Mean Time, it is 5:56. So again, wherever you're joining us from around the world, welcome. This is the Riyadh Marathon 2026. We've seen a phenomenal couple of elite races in the men and women's. Abaru Munei winning, and in the elite men's, and Kenya Girma winning the elite women's. And the half, Abel Bekele winning the men's, and Suadu Wudu taking the women's races. But this is a bit more open. There's, I think, going to be a local winner in the 10K. So always some bragging rights on the line. And again, look at the numbers, look at the waves and the brilliant organisation here that allow the multiple waves. Remember, they talked about earlier, this event, everyone has their own goal. There is something here for everyone. That's why the distances work so well. Those challenging themselves over the marathon, the half marathon, and then the 10K distance that we see in front of us now, and then the 5K fun run later today. So the Saudi Sports for All Federation and the Ministry of Sport and Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation come together with the sponsors, with the supporters, with the suppliers to make this a superb event year on year. In just its 5th edition, it's grown now to over 60,000 entries across the 4 races. And I tell you what, with the infrastructure, with the race village here at the university, I can only see this growing in numbers, and the popularity of health and well-being in the capital of Saudi Arabia, and this city that has such heritage and modernization. Remember the 2030 vision that will continue to see the city grow, a vibrant nightlife, such a strong financial district, and well, it has world heritage as well as the music out on the course. And this is always the sound and sights that we love to see in Riyadh. Is the bands that they're going to be there for many hours to come, making sure that our mass runners over the marathon, half marathon, 10K and 5K distances enjoy this festival of sport, of fitness. Remember, this is an elite level World Athletics event, and it's there because it has the infrastructure, the prize structure, the elite athletes. It has the support of World Athletics. Oh, almost a full start. The selfies are taken. the 10K distance here, the Riyadh 10K 2026 start. So if you're joining us from around the world, welcome. We've already seen the starts of the marathon, the half marathon, this the 10K distance. Again, one of the most popular distances of the day. Multiple waves here, local time, it is 9 o'clock in the morning. And the runners go out on 10 kilometers, 6.2 miles on the streets of Riyadh. It's fast, it's flat. The weather here is ideal for distance running. Very little breeze. These winter conditions, inside 20 degrees, absolutely ideal for running right now. So would have made training in preparation for this race much more bearable and achievable outside as the music plays. Wonderful. Just a chance to sit back and watch the masses of the first wave go on their way. And it just shows you sport is for all, and all backgrounds, all abilities, all ages. And the one thing, the profile, the gender of the difference between men and women competing, women is going up year on year. I think that is absolutely great to see and should be absolutely celebrated. That percentage hopefully continues to equalize, and just giving that opportunity and that showcase well-being and disabilities involved as well. I just think that our sport, our great sport, lends itself to everyone. There's a distance this weekend for everyone, but it showcases the importance of fitness, of sport, of being active on this Saturday morning here in the capital of Saudi Arabia, and the importance of getting people together, the community element, the enjoyment, the charity that people be running for and raising money for and awareness for, the different sponsors, the suppliers, the families and friends that will run together, people that will make friends on the way round. But the goals that people have set themselves, I just think it's so important that fun begins. Absolutely believe that you do create your own story, and every one of these runners are champions, and they really do find their own journey, their own enjoyment of the distance. That it's can be relative to each person. Some of these stepping up from the fun run previously, where this might be double the distance of the race distance that they've run before. That's not always easy either. The race t-shirts looking fantastic. Well done, organisers. Looking wonderful in 2026. So, and there's the finishing home straight that they will be dreaming of. That red carpet rolled out to welcome home all of our finishers today. But the finishing gantry is going to set them on their way opposite. Remember, it's been a fantastic day for Kenya. A dominant display by Kenya thus far. Mune winning the elite men's, Gurma the women's marathons, Bikile the men's half, and Wudu the women's half marathon. The 10K are on their way, and it's the next wave that are going to be systematically set off, I think, every 5 minutes by our organisers. And I think we're just waiting for confirmation of those half marathon times for the elite men and the marathon times for the elite men as well. And the next gun is fired. And we're off again with as much enthusiasm as we saw earlier today with that first wave of the marathon. This is a 10K distance. You can have a little bit more fun, a little less serious for some of these runners. We've seen some baby strollers. There's a baby wrapped up there. That was nice to see. So remember whether they get some great photos to show them what they were doing as a youngster. The next wave brought forward. It's systematic here. You'd expect nothing less from the organisers. And they will be already starting to plan 12 months in advance. They'll be noticing things that we don't notice, that the runners don't notice. But they'll be thinking of ways of progressing, developing the event, and also that infrastructure. You can see the space they've got around for parking, for the race village, for the easy access. And I think the fact that the marathon could grow in numbers as well, and that would be one of the things the organisers would look to do, would be to continue to grow the marathon. So the event is just continuing to grow year on year. So I said, I think it's somewhere in the region of 30,000 across the 4 events. So just 6,000 in year 1. So I think I might have said 60,000 earlier. That might be the goal in the future, but I think with the noise and the atmosphere, it definitely feels like that. So many people with their phones, they'll be hashtagging Riyadh Marathon 2026. And that same where every step is a celebration. And we celebrated our elites. Now it's the time to celebrate the masses, the 10K distance. There's some nervous faces out there. That's it's all their own journey, their own challenge. So the 10K is kind of titled as fast, focused and thrilling. I love that. So the distance that many of these runners will look to bridge the gap to the half marathon and marathon. So last minute preparations for the next wave. Local time, it's got 9:07. Greenwich Mean Time, 6:07. You can see just a light breeze. There's the elite men's half marathons. Oh, we got so close to that course record. We're waiting for confirmation of that. 62 minutes and 40 seconds. Abel Bakili, superb running. 4 seconds back to Matthew Lagat. Pre-race favourite Vincent Cameo having a settle for 3rd place. 62 minutes and 50 seconds. So Kenyan 2 and 3, but it was an Ethiopian victory again in the elite men's Riyadh Half Marathon 2026. And the course record, there goes course record from last year, 62 minutes and 28 seconds survives. The organisers just making sure that they're brought forward at a manageable amount to get all of the runners safely over the start line each time. Someone on the phone there, I love that. So give us a wave if your friends and family are watching you on the live coverage of the race with the headphones. I think we're in, what's that, 13190. We're off. It's like delayed firing of the gun, but well, it signifies that we're off for another wave. Cheer squad are out. They're going to burn a few calories, aren't they? Dancing like that for the rest of the day. They've been out there earlier today as well. And that's a great sight. Another wave of the masses are on their way. The next 2 hours are just filled with the completion of the 10K. And then moving on to the 5K and the family fun run. Good bit of dancing there. Someone running with 2 phones. That's impressive. So maybe it's to balance things out. So he was recorded on both of those. So double the moments, double the memories. That's some energy of the DJ there.
You got this. Come on, run. Run, 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 run. Yeah.
He's got some inspiration from our runners there with his shout-outs. He's got a long day as well, so fantastic energy from the cheer squad, from the bands, from the DJs, as the next set of runners get themselves ready. Just love this. It goes from next wave to the next wave to the next wave. we're off. So again, if you're joining us from around the world, or you're watching the start of the Riyadh 10K here, part of marathon weekend. We've had a superb few hours where we've seen the elites in the marathon and half marathon complete their journey across those two tough distances. But now it's the time for the masses over the 10 kilometers. This is, I think, now our fourth wave that have been set on their way. The 10K runners at the first wave are 15 minutes into their running already. And then the last wave of today, or the last race of today, or event I should say, more of a fun run, will be the 5 kilometers. Perfect for families, beginners, kids as well. Where that will just see lots of people coming together, walking, running, chatting their way round the ever so popular 5K distance. So the colours are vibrant here in Riyadh. So the city comes out in force every year for this event. A week earlier than previously. But again, it's all around trying to close off one of the busiest cities in the world. So there needs to be lots of planning, lots of organisation. And look at that, I love these drone shots, the way it pans out. And every single one of those runners you see on the screen have their own story to tell. And every step is, as the organiser said, celebrated. And on the right-hand side, you've got the select few that are coming into their finishing straight. And also it just gives you appreciation of the size and space on offer here at the university ground, where I think they can go towards those 60,000 entries in the future. And the marathon can definitely grow, but in 5 years to be at 6,000 and to multiply that just a few years later is just so impressive. And well, I can just see in the next few years this event continue to grow. And it's only made possible by the organisation that is second to none. The vision and support of the Saudi Sports for All Foundation, or Federation I should say, sorry, and the Ministry of Sport and Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation. And there's the results of the Riyadh Marathon. Elite men's top 10. Munay winning 2:09.30. Tefera 2:09.44. Safa Tolecha Afera 2:10.08. Rafael Collan, first of the Kenyans, in 2:10.10, just 2 seconds off the podium. And look at that, less than 2 minutes separating 10th to first. And that's how close it was. They were all in contention when we looked at the race towards 2 hours, or getting towards 2 hours. Everyone was there. It was just such a closely measured, closely matched race. And, well, a superb bit of running. Abu Munay was a impressive athlete in the latter stages. Tried to pull away, work first, and then had to check back just to make sure he had enough, and then went again, and that time it was decisive. So our next wave is due off in 15 seconds. they know it's a 10K because some of those runners started as if they were running 100 meters. But I just love the enthusiasm, and there's something for its contagiousness that they want to get out fast, and there is a competitive element if they want it to be. Or for others, it's a stroll in the park, literally. They're just going to enjoy it. They're going to get underneath that start gantry, start their watches off phones. And they're going to enjoy the sounds, the sights, the music, the DJs. There's a good sound there for mobile drummers. Riyadh, don't walk, run. I wonder whether that's a club. He's got one of the best seats in the house, or I should say best vantage spots in the house, because he's not taking a seat. He's going to be spinning those tunes pretty much the rest of this morning into this afternoon. As you might have seen in the distance there, one of the balloons of the pacemakers of the masses. And again, we say a big thank you to those pacers. They've been selfless and are as selfless out there right now, helping people towards better paced runs, personal bests. It's so easy to pace a race sometimes. Even though technology has evolved, you can easily get it wrong. But the paces themselves just create a little bit more security for our runners. There's nothing worse over the longer distances of getting the pace wrong. And many people need that pacing support. So, there's our runners on their 10K journey on the left-hand side. You can see another one of the pacing balloons on the right-hand side. I wonder whether they're going down towards finishing maybe the half marathon or the marathon. Now the next wave are getting ready to be sent on their way. Won't be that far away from the first finisher. It's only been around about the 31-minute mark. We're 24 minutes in to the first wave of the 10K, but it's celebration of the masses. The next wave are there, they're ready.
Feel it in your guts, let's get it, let's run it up, run it up, run it up, run it up.
And the next wave of our 10K runners are on their way. It's a Lots of national pride here this morning. We're very proud of this event and how it's growing in the capital of Saudi Arabia. This vibrant city, with its culture, its heritage, but its modernisation. It's trying to keep the balance between the two, and obviously cater for almost 8 million people who live here. To give them the events and the infrastructure, and that's what these events do. They create running clubs throughout the 12 months. They create a series of events and support networks that are so vital. This is the end goal often for people in their training and their aims, but so much going into this before is you know, a real plus from this now 5-year-old event. It'd be great to see some of the legacy stories and how it has helped to grow and create and improve the lives and support of those people that have got themselves out the front door, maybe for the first time, with the aim of completing, whether it's the 5K, the 10K, the half marathon or marathon. And it could well have changed their lives significantly, and even their children. They always say, if you're a healthy, active adult, you're much more likely to pass that on to your children. So this is a generational thing as well. And in this running boom, it is popular, and it is a fashionable thing to be out running and racing, which I think we should all enjoy for as long as possible. I grew up being told about the last running boom of the 80s, and we weren't in a running boom. So I think, like many of us, we're going to keep the running boom going, and we're never going to let this one burst. So look at that, more runners, more abilities, more backgrounds. Everyone is welcome. And again, look at the numbers, thousands of runners on the screen, just highlighting the support, the enjoyment. And there's the balloons I was talking about, the paces. I think that may be our sub 5 hour marathon runners. Yeah, 4:59. The ASICS balloons there, flying proud and trying to get those runners inside their time. Sub 5 hours would be a big one for some of those runners. They would have put some big training blocks in, some important long runs, and now trying to make sure that they complete the distance. And again, that wonderful sea of red coming towards the finishing line and start line. You can see the finishing line to the left-hand side. They're not going to be there yet. They've got to complete 10 kilometers first. And look at that, the race village on the left-hand side almost looks like a circus with a big top, and all of those wonderful marquees, beautifully coloured. Loving this red vibe this year. And there looks like there's something for everyone in there. We have some great videos and footage of the race village. So again, it's a few days in advance of the race, and it's so well supported by the sponsors, by the suppliers of the race. And it's where everyone congregates before and after. So there's a real festival atmosphere there, and not just on race day. Here we go, more selfies, more pictures. They're getting noisier and noisier, aren't they? They're getting faster and faster off the start line. The smiles are getting larger and larger. This is a celebration of fitness, of well-being, of everything great about sport and physical activity and our wonderful sport of running. Cheering, celebrations, smiles, selfies, high fives. Just a bit of everything.
Let's go.
And there we go, look at that. And we haven't seen that side of the gantry, so the information, the electronics that direct people, and the signage is superb, as we have more finishers on the left-hand side. And there some superb work and superb finishing. Liking the hats, something different. And there's a tiger, I think, dancing as well. Let's have a listen. And there we are, back to the festival that it is, the Riyadh Marathon 2026. This is from the race village, where some of our younger participants are getting ready for their 5K. So I wonder how much training they've done. Hopefully not too much. They don't need too much at their age to get over 5 kilometers. They'll be walking it, chatting it with their families. And look at the numbers, wonderful. Wow, that is just a sight to behold. It's a sea of runners. Looks red from above, but it's orange, isn't it? Well, Well, they say run at the speed of chat, and that's definitely what they're doing right now. They're chatting, they're singing, they're chanting, and they're getting it done. Superb work.
Les mecs derrière en jaune là. ولا شيء بكرون ماراثون الرياض keep going ولا شيء easy busy يا عزيزي easy busy يا عزيزي ماراثون الرياض thank you
That's impressive for the 10K. Let's see if they can do it next year for the whole half marathon or even the marathon. Wow, that would be some impressive feats of endurance. And look at this, some wonderful shots on our drone again. It's been a fantastic morning so far here at the Riyadh Marathon 2026, the 5th edition of this race, going from strength to strength as the tape is out. And I think this is for the 10K. And this could be our winner of the 10K. I think it is. Just ahead, very close race, around about the 37-minute mark. Oh, celebrations. So with their green bibs, that showcases them as the 10K runners. So great bit of celebration, great bit of enjoyment. And Riyadh Don't Walk Run Club, I think it was. So superb work. So musical cheers, support, and not just that, they've had a win today, the 10K winner. Congratulations to this young athlete. So can he be a star of the future into maybe progressing towards the half marathon distance next year?
If we finish this wave, you will wait until the 5K group up. Let's make some noise, people. Let's make some noise, come on.
It's a good spot as well, isn't it, for that announcer tucked into the big screen. that makes sense now. It's per kilometre. I was trying to work that out. It was the 4:59. I was thinking they're going a bit quicker than that pace for the marathon, and it was per kilometre. So that's why there was somewhere around the 3 and a bit hours mark. So well done to the pacers. And there's a runner from Brazil, I think. So its arms aloft, it's celebrating. This is the finishing line. And it's the finishing line for now 3 distances. Marathon runners are finishing. Half marathon runners are finishing. Those with the green bibs, 10K runners are finishing. And these two are having the best time ever. They are sleeping their way through a 10K. Well done, Mum. Superb work. I wonder what the double buggy world record is. So that's impressive.
Hein? Allez, c'est parti. On va à gauche. Là ou pas? Hein? Ah oui, d'accord. Qu'est-ce que je fais? Ouais, je vais le voir. Au niveau de la bagnole,
Some smart bit of navigation there. And look again, a sea of runners. It's like a wave of fitness and physical well-being out there. You can see it is warming up. It is much warmer than it was very, very early this morning. Oh, and someone's been given a flower on the way round. That's very romantic. And yeah, some of these dancing crews, the attention to detail of their, look at those suits. I wonder what the world record would be running a marathon in one of those. You'd definitely reflect the sun. So, yeah, that could be an interesting one.
جميل كمل نعم بنات لو سمحتي بك سبرنت يلا شباب Yes, Capitano! Do it! Today this is challenge! You can!
That was quite impressive, wasn't it?
حبيبي بعد راس هذا هو الكويتي اركض اركض قصايد الحين كفو شباب كفو بنات نعم تقدرون يو كان دو ات يا سلام عليكم شوف الطاقه الايجابيه ما شاء الله عليكم هاتي من شيء انتم ولا تركضون يلا بنات كفو طاقه ايجابيه لازم نركض بريك اند رن ساعه ابل ليش شارين انتم
I wonder what the most listened song has been today. There's lots of people with their headphones, and many people spend hours perfecting their playlists for their training runs at different distances. I know people that won't even go out for a run unless they've got music and the thought of running without it. They just won't do it. So as our 10K runners continue on their journey, half marathon runners as well. There's a few more kilometers, but this is the highlights from earlier. Abo Muni was a superb winner of the elite men's marathon here at the Riyadh Marathon 2026. So impressive. Kenya Goma, who's now won 3 of her 4 marathons. New lifetime best today, 2 hours 25 and 55 seconds. And then the half marathon, Abel Bakili, just outside the course record, 62 minutes and 40 seconds. And to the women's race, Wadu Wudai was the winner very impressively. The elite races really do showcase the superb role models that those elite athletes are, and hopefully some of the younger athletes can aspire to be in the future. And it really does show the pyramid of sport, from the masses to the club runners to the elites. And that's why there is just something for everyone this weekend. The 10K runners' waves, I think, have all been set off. So now it's about celebrating them, it's about cheering them on. And then the last races, the last events of today will be the start of the family fun run 5-kilometer distance at 11:30. And he's back with the masses and trying to navigate your way around there. You've got to be pretty agile, or you just go with the flow. Talk about being agile. These dancers, they've got more energy. They're going again. Superb. They're going to be there all day. This is just the different sounds, different sights in the Riyadh Marathon. So there's more and more finishers here coming down towards the end of their own journey as part of the Riyadh Marathon Festival 2026. Many completing that half marathon, more marathon finishers, and many more thousands of our 10K runners still to come across that finishing line as they pace themselves. Some of them are racing, some are taking their time, but all of them are getting it done, and every single foot strike, every single footstep is counting. Hugely impressive.
Let's go, bravo, bravo. Good luck, guys, let's go. Yes, yes, you can do it, yes, bravo. Yes, bravo. Let's do it, you can do it. Bravo. Let's do it. Run, run. Stop for. Yes, run. Bravo. Let's go. Nice time. Bravo. Bravo, abi. Bravo. Let's go. Ay, sen yemin ediyorum. Let's go.
Love that, the best cheering squad. People there on their phones, making sure they're seen on TV. Good job, well done. You can do it. As we run, we become. 1, 2, 3, ready, set, go. I wonder whether they phone each other up, matching outfits. And the disco head, as the 21-kilometer finishers get their medals, get their rehydration in the system. Refueling so important post-race and post-run. Get some fuel on board as quick as you can. Love the energy of the volunteers. This is superb to see. Events would not be possible without volunteers. They are the backbone the absolute rocks of events. So big thank you to all of our volunteers, those that have manned water stations, drink stations, the medals and hydration and refueling at the end as well. So we salute you. You are absolutely epic. Now the party is well and truly started, and these outfits just get better and better. There were so many great costumes. As the temperature continues to rise, might make it a little bit tougher to move and operate. We'll talk about moving, operating. These are more finishers. You can see the orange bibs for our half marathon, 10K with the green bibs. Look at that, it's all celebrations. Love that, well done, sir. Nothing better than the sound of the clink of medals and the cheer. And listen to that, it is a festival of running, of sport, of being active. And look at the how proud people are, the smiles on people's faces. That is a wonderful moment to see for all of our runners that have completed their different discipline, their different distance, because they've come through something pretty tough there at certain times. Not everyone can complete the distances as successfully as these runners, and it's fighting off illness, injuries, finding the time between busy lives to actually manage the training, and actually a bit of confidence on race day to actually go out and do it as well. So not easy by any stretch of any imagination. So we salute and we say well done to all of the runners, all of those that have walked, jogged. There's one thing you can do as well, something called jeffing, which is a combination of walking and jogging. Good old Jeff Galloway, Olympian, who's coined the phrase. And it's one of those where simply just moving in the right direction will be of benefit to you, and it will get you from A to B. And that's really good to see. Real appreciation of those giving out the medals. Celebrations. Well done. Superb work those moments, those memories, I'm sure they'll be all over social media, and so they should be. People diving for the line, celebrating for the line, limping over the line, whether that's a smile or a grimace. I'm sure it's probably a combination of both at the same time. Superb work, you're all part of history. An official finisher as part of the Riyadh Marathon 2026 weekend. So people pacing it, as I said, some racing it, but everyone gets to show off their medal at the end. Now I think we can turn our attention to the presentations. So the elite male runner marathon podium, top 3.
هذه تحية لكم. برافو 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 برافو. نبدأ؟ جاهزين؟ والله الحماس ما في. أبغى الأمير يشوف حماسكم. يلا أبغى زي حماسك. طيب يعطيكم العافية. نعبر أول شيء عن فخرنا أكيد باللي يحظى فيه القطاع الرياضي بدعم لا محدود ومستمر من قبل حكومتنا الرشيدة بقيادة خادم الحرمين الشريفين وسمو ولي عهد الأمين، بما يتواكب مع خطط وأهداف رؤية المملكة 2030 اللي تركز على تحقيق نهضة حقيقية فعلية مو بس على القطاع الرياضي إنما المملكة والعالم كله. أكيد نبدأ بالشكر لصاحب السمو الملكي وزير الرياضة الأمير عبد العزيز بن تركي الفيصل على متابعته الحثيثة واهتمامه في تحقيق رؤية سمو سيدي ولي العهد، والشكر موصول لرئيس الاتحاد السعودي للرياضة للجميع صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد بن الوليد بن طلال آل سعود، والرئيس التنفيذي للاتحاد السعودي للرياضة للجميع الأستاذة شيماء الحسيني على جهودهم ودعمهم المستمر في القطاع الرياضي. هذا القطاع يرتبط بكل فئات المجتمع بمختلف أعمارها من خلال تعزيز الرياضة وممارستها وتمكين مختلف الفئات العمرية المشاركة في الأنشطة الرياضية المختلفة بهدف بناء مجتمع رياضي حيوي. وكما نود أن نشكر شركاء النجاح لهذه الفعالية وزارة الرياضة والاتحاد السعودي لألعاب القوى واللجنة الأولمبية والبارالمبية العربية السعودية ومركز الفعاليات الوطني. والشكر أكيد موصول للشريك المقدم البنك الأول وشركاء الفعاليات. هذا العام استثنائي بكل المعايير، انتم عارفين ليش؟ قد ما راهنوا أنه ما تستمر الماراثون في المملكة بالعكس ما شاء الله هذه السنة وصل 50,000 مشترك. حضورنا الكرام من أصغر مشارك إلى أكبرهم سناً، خلينا نرحب على المسرح أكيد صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد بن الوليد آل سعود، والرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذة شيماء الحسيني، والأستاذ عمر فاتية رئيس قسم التسويق لبنك ساب. نورتونا. جاهزين نعلن عن الفائزين؟ الآن راح نعلن عن الفائزين في قسم المحترفين للرجال. المسار كامل 42 كيلومتر. في المركز الثالث من إثيوبيا تولشا تفرا. أتمم المسار خلال 2 و10 دقائق و9 ثواني.
Tefera in third place, 2:10 and 8 seconds to find himself on the number 3 spot on the podium.
والمركز الثاني الظاهر أخوه أسفي تفرا.
Asfari Tefera
بتوقيت 2 و9 دقائق و4 ثانية.
the second of the Teferas. Asfari Tefera gave it a great battle, great effort. It's super impressive.
والمركز
At one point like he might come back for the victory.
مو فرق كثير. أبابو موني.
Abaye Munye, the champion for 2026.
التوقيت
Ethiopian 1, 2, 3.
يفرق 13 ثانية على المركز الثاني. أكيد يسلموا الجائزة سمو الأمير. تحية مرة ثانية للفائزين في المسار الكامل عن فئة الرجال. Congratulations all of you.
Confirmation on the screen of the winning time, 2 hours, 9 minutes and 30. Tefera 2:09:44. Tulacha Tefera 2:10:08.
تحية أقوى متحيزة. برافو. المحترفات في المراكز الثلاثة الأولى. Congratulations. You may leave. Thank you. خلينا نرحب أولاً أحد الشركاء. رحبوا معاي بالسيد ياسوهيتو هيروتا، ممثل رئيس مجلس الإدارة والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة A6. Best shoes in the world. Best advertisement. Okay, let's start. في المركز الثالث عن فئة النساء في الماراثون الكامل هي نيجس موليني بتوقيت 2 و29 دقيقة 21.
Tigris Molini was third place. Came in with a best of 2:27:41 from the Cali Marathon in second place. So on a podium again.
والمركز الثاني من نصيب أبرش دميسي. إن شاء الله قد أنطق اسمهم
Abrash
صح. من
Demesi,
أثيوبيا بتوقيت
the runner-up,
ساعتين و27
again
دقيقة
gave it a
و15
very
ثانية.
good go at trying to be on the top spot of the podium.
ومن
An Ethiopian clean sweep again to match the men's.
المركز الأول من نصيب كينا جريما
كينا.
بتوقيت ساعتين و25 دقيقة و56 ثانية.
Champion for 2026. Kenya Germa was super impressive. And she'll be absolutely delighted with a new lifetime best. 2:25.55. She's now won 75% of her marathons, and the other one was second place in Dublin, so
Thank you.
super bit of running there. There's confirmation of that 2:25.55. Demesi 2:27.15.
رحبوا معاي الآن
And
بالأستاذ
just inside
محمد
2:30
السعيد، رئيس التنفيذي
for
للقطاع الصحي
Melanie,
للشركة التعاونية للتأمين.
completing the elite women's marathon podium.
كان معاكم في السباق، يعطيه العافية، تحية ثانية له. جاهزين نعلن عن فئة المحترفين هاف ماراثون 21 كيلومتر، مجهزين ولا لا؟ تتوقعوا في جنسيات ثانية؟ طيب. في المركز الثالث عن فئة الرجال من نصيب فينسنت كيماوي من كينيا هالمرة.
Vincent Kamayo. I think he might be disappointed today with third place, and that probably tells you by his body language. Fastest man in the field. He was definitely someone pushing the pace early on, but probably expected a bit more from himself. It's okay for an athlete to be disappointed when you're the quality that Vincent's at, but he's on the podium.
توقيت ساعة ودقيقتين 51 ثانية.
So his Kenyan teammate in second place, Matthew Lagat.
المركز الثاني من نصيب ماثيو لاغات بتوقيت من كينيا أيضا بساعة ودقيقتين.
He was closing down,
45
fast
ثانية.
finishing Lagat. I was impressed with him over the latter stages. Looks a bit of a talent. Strong, tall runner. The pace he had in the closing stages. He's already won 61.31, but there's more to come from Lagat.
أول نرجع لإثيوبيا ونقول من نصيب أبل بكيلي بساعة
Abel Bekele, what a superb run. 27.28. The Ethiopian takes top spot on the podium. So Ethiopia, clean sweep in terms of the marathon and the half marathon. He's flanked by two talented Kenyans, but Bekele,
Congratulations to all
I
of
was
the winners.
very impressed with him today.
Congratulations.
Confirmation of those times, 62.40. Bekele, Lagat, 62.44. Kimayo, 62.50.
الفئة الأخيرة من هذه المجموعة ولا لسه؟ ها؟ يلا لفئة النساء. Thank you so much. Thank you. إذا للهاف ماراثون نعلن عن الأسماء الثلاثة للفائزات من الفئة الاحترافية. المركز الثالث من نصيب من أي جنسية طيب؟ من أثيوبيا. صحيح. من قبلها نرحب بالأستاذ تركي بن محمد بن عودة، مدير عام أول قطاع الرياضة بالهيئة الملكية لمدينة الرياض. حياك الله معنا. لولا شركاء النجاح ما قامت هذه الاحتفالية. إذن نرجع ونعلن عن أسماء الفائزات لهذه المجموعة. في المركز الثالث هي فانتي شاني من اثيوبيا بتوقيت ساعة و10 دقائق و49 ثانية.
Fantayada taking third place. Not too much details about this young athlete. So again, just adding to the rich tree of Ethiopian distance runners. She had some good runners behind her, and she was also chasing down some very experienced athletes. One of those was the athlete in second place. I must say, Zirahan, the fastest athlete in the field, and having to settle for second place today. Consistent performer, and I think again she might have, like Vincent Kamayo, expected to have been on the top spot of the podium, but it's second place today. Zirahan, and she will go on. I know she ran some good marathons last year. I wonder where she'll end up next in the marathon. Surely there's a fast marathon in there, low 220. And the champion, Zurudu Wudu, champion for 2026. Big lifetime best, just over 70 minutes. And it's an Ethiopian 1-2-3 again.
توجنا المحترفين عن فئة الماراثون الكامل وهاف ماراثون. ألف مبروك للجميع. Congratulations. شكرا لسمو الأمير أستاذة.
And there's confirmation of the times. Wudu's time, 70 minutes and 16 seconds. Zirahan, 70 minutes and 44. And Shihan, 70 minutes and 49 seconds.
ماراثون الرياض 2026. هذه كل سنة نسويها مع سمو الأمير.
And that is the presentation there for the elite women's and men's marathon and half marathon.
One. عربي. يلا ماراثون الرياض 26. 1 2 3. برافو. إذا شكرا لكم جميعا، ونقدم جزيل الشكر لصاحب سمو الأمير خالد بن الوليد وفريق الاتحاد السعودي للرياضة للجميع على ما يبذلونه من جهود أكيد. نبارك الفائزين، وأحب أذكركم.
And as the presentations were going on, still people were coming down towards that finishing line, still celebrating their moment, their own individual podium, and their medal awaits them for completing, becoming part of history here. The Riyadh Marathon Festival 2026 celebrates every single running. See all the partners, all the sponsors, all the strategic partners on the side of the gantry when they finish. So many people involved. As I said earlier, would not be possible without the volunteers, without the huge amount of support work that they do behind the scenes. And well done to all those running clubs, those organisations that make sure these runners are ready to step on to the road surface and complete the distance that they've set their training towards. So many running clubs and running groups are flying up everywhere around the world. So it's just great to see such an accessible sport be accessed by so many different people. Another great shot of the festival village here. And again, really starting to build in numbers from those that have completed their different distances. So the party will continue throughout this morning into this afternoon. You can see the different stages, you can see the different tents that have all the different suppliers and sponsors and organisers that will take care of our runners and make sure they put their feet up, they get refueled, they get rehydrated, and they will exit safely on their way to enjoy the rest of their Saturday afternoon here in the capital city of Saudi Arabia. And for many, they're going to start planning how they're going to run even further or faster in 2027. This event, it's only its 5th year, just continues to grow. And look at that race village, and look at that car park, that you've still got lots of space within that. It really is an impressive infrastructure. And the party festival atmosphere just continues to grow. These are the green numbers of our 10K runners, a few half marathon runners sprinkled within as well. I think the red will be marathon when we do see them. But it's the orange t-shirts that shine that will be lighting up the streets for many months to come. People continue to be active here, bit of table tennis. Again, doesn't matter what your activity is, there's something for everyone. Well, that's something the Saudi Sports for All Federation would absolutely agree. And it's celebrations, and it's crossing that finishing line, and it's pumping the air. It's time for celebrations. And there again, our drone footage of the village, of the celebrations, of the finish as people come through the finishing area and filter their way to collect their bags and collect their medals, and continue to collect their moments and memories. So what a wonderful morning it's been in Riyadh for the Riyadh Marathon 2026. We've had 4 special events. The marathon was unbelievable this morning with the masses, with the numbers, the half marathon. So many people out on the streets, 2 very competitive races in the elite men's marathon, elite women's marathons. The volunteers, the bands, the music, and the racing was electric. The Ethiopian coming out, Alabor Mani, and the superb Kenya Gira coming out on top over the marathon distance. It's been a superb Riyadh Marathon 2026. My name's James Thee, and I hope you've enjoyed our coverage throughout this morning. And we hope to see you in 2027.
To open the gates at 10:45, so make your way to the zones A, B, C. On those zones, we will be releasing you on waves. The waves will be through zones A, B, and C. Again, we will be releasing you on waves through zones A, B, and C.
La dernière façon. mean? We want to see the biggest move.
And now we've got the people going with the first wave. Let's make some noise, people on this side! Make some noise! Let's go, let's go, let's go! Thank you for your patience, everyone, but as you can see, we've got a lot of people here. I'm sorry, it's not on my control. There's organization, there's waves. We've got 23,000 runners in the 5K only. line, now 8B. Opening gate C again for them. 5K runners to make their way again inside. Get ready, get ready, get ready. Once they go in, we're going to bring you in. Once they start their race, we're going to bring you in. All the people, we're going to be closing Zone C very soon, and Zone A will be open, so make your way to Zone A. Let's go, people. Let's go, people. Let's go. Get yourself ready, Zone C. Once we have the announcement, we're going to let you know when you are going in. Zone B, Zone B. Watch your step while you're moving. Watch your step while you're advancing. Zone C, and then Zone A. DJ, can we lower the music voice a little bit? On the side of the gate, so people can hear what we're saying. Zone C will go first, and then will be Zone A. Just to accommodate all the numbers, all the big numbers. We know everyone's frustrated. هذه كل واحد خلاص ما يقدر يصبر يركض.
Let's go, let's go! Let's go, let's go! Keep running, keep running! Let's go!
Zone A. We're going to be finishing now. Are you ready?
ويتوا للبيت ويتوا للبيت يلا 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 هاي بس Come on! Come on! Let's do it! Right, right! Clean, clean! Go, go, go! Right, يلا يلا يلا! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! يلا يلا everybody! Let's go!